protect her. We managed to do it with a little Eldritch Blast off between Nina and Liam. And
On the soap thing. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, tried to make some explosives from soap. But we did end up going back to the manor. We brought Corbett there so he has some privacy. And we kind of made our plan to head out of town to start going to Nina's grandmother's. Nenny Adia, who is near the High Forest, and just in an attempt to maybe find some more information on the Shadow Dragon and how best to defeat it or what its weaknesses might be, because there wasn't a ton of information. There was some, but not a ton in the Manor's library. So we headed east along the stone path. Made it across this huge, impressive mile-long bridge that was Dwarven made. That was pretty cool. Where we eventually made it to Belliard to get a room at the Watchful Night. And it was here that we kind of connected the dots and realized that this is where the missing delegation that had originally kind of kicked off quests and things at the beginning of the campaign went from. We talked a little bit with some mercenaries. Bendar, I think, was a cattle drover on the ranch further north, and just mentioning all the weird stuff happening in the valley. What was I gonna say? We did eventually get a room, and I think we only got one or two, maybe one. We all stayed in the same room. Chara did her little divination ritual, or ritual to get divination, during which Rowan and Nina promptly fell asleep. But she did manage to get her spell and got some interesting stuff on the dragon. Like, we are encouraged not to fight it, but rather to negotiate it, that it seeks pain and suffering, and do not hold back when she asks. So all these little things. Eventually we start heading out again, I think, where we come into, what is his name? Rowan's dude. What is his name? No, it wasn't.
Oh, Durgan.
Yeah, Durgan. Yeah, Durgan. So they kind of get caught up after we kind of find him taking care of the bodies that had been like crucified and burned, kind of. Lots of stuff happening in terms of her unsure with Heroni. My God, this is like where my notes, I was like typing this up, but I think like Chara spoke to Heronius on the rooftop of the inn and learned a bunch of stuff, and then that's when we start heading up Gendar's path. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Got high. Let me see.
There's also that one short period where we called Heronius hernia.
Yeah. Thank you, Nathan, for that one. Yeah.
So Rowan also got a crystal from Durin.
Oh yeah, the shard, the crystal shard. Yep. But I think that's all I have. The rest of my notes are a little scattered, and I need to go through them. So I think we were just breaking from Durgan.
So Durgan gave us information about the Punisher. He gave us directions to Grandma's house that avoided a lot of the conflict.
Gendar's path. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. He doesn't trust Nina. He won't look at Nathan for whatever reason. I have
He's hiding something.
Chaos is sexy in quotes from Chara at some point.
Yep.
I mean, is she wrong?
The important things.
She understands the Chaos Dragon, or the Shadow Dragon.
Yeah.
Chaos is sexy.
Yeah. Harry the Punisher. That is the new cult guy who's trying to unify them, I believe, right?
Yes.
He's the one that's doing all this stuff. So the burned bodies, the one who had sent the guy walking through town, is this Punisher fellow.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And then you guys wound up following the path that he instructed through the forest, a little bit of the high forest, before you found your way back to the path. And you continued northward, avoiding a lot of unnecessary dangers. And you came across a tree that was familiar to you, Nina, that you had a memory at one time carving your name into it with your father. But it was suspiciously no longer there. And as you just kind of wiped your hand along it, uncertain, you didn't say anything and just kind of continued on your way. The group of you continue headed north. And as the path came to another large river, essentially you guys went this way. The river you had crossed, the Desserin River, continues north and breaks off several times, but eventually a big portion of it kind of curls back around and meets that path again. There is a bridge going across it. This area right here is not nearly as big as it was where the stone bridge was. This bridge is not even like a half a mile compared to like the other one that was 2 miles. But you do see just across the bridge, which let's say it's like a quarter mile at most, you see a town. And right off the bat, all of you can tell this is an elven town. There is a vast difference from most of the towns you have been to, recently at least. These towns are beautifully made. The architecture is sweeping lines, slightly Art Deco here, but it just feeds into the natural visage of the landscape behind it. As the river, it's right in the bend of this river. And as you step down from the bridge, you are right in the midst of the town. Actually, let's see what time of day it is.
Make sure.
Yeah.
Else, yeah. Okay.
Those. Yep. Take me to the map. Let's see. It is. We're gonna say it's getting evening now. On the second day of Eliant, or the fading, which all of you know to be the fall time, basically. The start of fall. Yeah, you guys step into the town, and the light is just starting to crest, getting close to the edge of the horizon.
Do we know this town? Is this like the town that I'm aiming for?
This is Everland. Yes, this is the town that Durgan directed you towards.
So, I don't know that I want to show up right at nightfall. Might be better to go to an inn and send word. And Nina kind of goes quiet and like narrows her eyes, like contemplating whether or not she wants to surprise her family, like having that leverage might be better.
Hey,
No, I think I
this
can
is your
use a
show.
trick.
I'm just following.
Oh.
Liam's just watching. Especially after the whole tree thing. Actually, did we see her, like, reach for the tree and not see her, like, things there?
Roll me a perception check. Any of you can roll it.
I was gonna say, I don't think she said out loud what she was doing.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah. I wasn't trying to hide when I was like kneeling at the tree or
Right.
anything, but I also didn't say anything about it.
What'd you get, Liam?
22.
Okay. Since you have left Westbridge, you've kind of been keeping a close eye on Nina. And you saw her stop at the tree. You saw her contemplate it. Just kind of run her hand along the names on there. And you saw her just momentarily pause for a long moment. Her thumb kind of picking at some of the bark before she dropped her hand and just kept going. But you didn't notice really, as she didn't really explain it, you don't really know what exactly happened.
You know what? Let's go with surprise. Might piss some people off, but that's what we're here to do, right? Right. And she will start making her way to what she hopefully remembers as grandmother's. I think it's been decades since she's been here. So,
all right. You
This is gonna
start
be rough.
you start marching your way. You immediately notice as you guys are marching
no.
through, the locals are definitely taking notice of your presence. As you kind of eye back and forth, you start to realize there's nothing but elves here. Full elves. And as the group of you are walking through town, quite a few of them pause in their steps and watch the spectacle that is the Voluntoles as they walk through town.
Nina just like holds her chin a little bit higher and just like continues walking through, like it's not bothering her.
You march through town and you make a turn around a building where you remember your grandmother's house to be, and you come to a stop as you see a house sitting there. This isn't your grandmother's house. This isn't right. Maybe you made a mistake.
I probably like full stop, like enough for somebody to run into me, like behind me, like pretty stop suddenly. I guess. Okay. I know it's been a while, but I could have.
Rowan, who bumped into you, kind of steps to the side. What's wrong?
This was her house, but this isn't her house.
Maybe she moved and didn't tell you?
No, like the whole house is different. It's not how I remember it. Maybe it's the same. Maybe those eaves. Oh, fuck it. She's gonna like go up to the door and like try to like look and see if there's literally anything. Like maybe they painted it, maybe they expanded upon it, like maybe something, they did a giant face change. Like she's just trying to see if there's anything, or if there's not, she's gonna knock on the door.
All right. You march your way up to the door, and as you're kind of eyeing around it, not a thing on this building looks at all familiar. And you go up and knock on the door. A moment later, you hear a click, and the door swings open. And you see a woman there, a very thin woman. And she has long brown hair. Half of it is pulled up on one side, and she looks at you. What?
Hi. I was looking for somebody, and I thought that this was their address, but I don't believe it is anymore. You don't happen to know where Nenny Dia lives, do you?
And her eyes kind of trail up and down you for a moment, and then looks behind you at your party. Never heard of her. And she slams the door shut.
Fucking love elves. And she turns and she looks back at the party. Something's happening. This isn't how I remember any of it. And like it's been 20 years, but she kind of just turns and looks back over her shoulder at the house. Is there a crack in the window? Is anyone watching us through any windows or anything like that?
In this house?
Or any houses, really?
I mean, you do see, like, people looking out their windows. It seems like word is starting to spread. People are kind of eyeing you for a moment briefly before they move on their way. You'll see someone enter into a house. A moment later, a curtain pulls back, and they watch you for a moment before it closes.
Yeah, I think we need to find a tavern instead until I can try and wrap my head around it. Someone's got to know where she went. Elven aristocrats don't just up and fucking disappear without somebody noticing.
Are you sure she's gone? Is she capable of illusion?
I mean, Aelia certainly was. My grandmother played her magic pretty close to her chest. I mean,
with how inviting this town is, we even sure it has a tavern?
elves drink too, but I don't know how welcoming it's gonna be.
Oh, I could care less.
Can I, like, look, as Rowan mentions that, like, back at the house, is there any sort of magic or illusion going on? Can I do, like, an arcana check?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Oh, that's so bad. That's only an 8.
An 8. You look at the house and you do your known hand movements for a moment and spread your fingers, and you're struggling. The spell just kind of fizzles out and you feel this emotion welling inside, and you're not able to focus it entirely. Fortunately, a little red-headed woman comes up next to you, and she kind of leans her head on your shoulder, sniffs forward. Yeah, that place has magic, but pretty much so does everywhere around here. Kind of every house is glowing, really smells pretentious.
Yeah. And you guys thought I was bad.
Would she have a reason to avoid you?
I mean, I didn't leave on the best of terms. Kind of told my mom and my sister and my grandmother to stick it where the sun don't shine. But, I mean, I would assume she would welcome me groveling back, wanting information out of her library. It's the sort of thing that they'd hold over my head. I don't know, I'm just getting the heebie-jeebies standing out here now, and I could really use a drink while I try and figure out where the fuck they went or what the fuck they're doing.
I'm gonna look around like, you're not the only one.
Did we happen to see a tavern or any sort of, like, public house or something like that on the way in?
Yes, it was kind of hard to spot, but you did see a sign, which primarily only you and Liam would kind of recognize, the swirl on it, and you do recognize this. There are several patrons going in and out. As you approach and step to head inside, a very portly man stops at the door, ears curved backwards, almost touching, and he belches loudly. A large glass of wine in his hand. You are not our usual type.
No, but you are a public tavern, correct?
Depends on your definition of public. Mostly art type. You're... What are you? Yeah, no. You're one. Yes, one of them. Okay. Your kind's not really welcome here.
Our gold doesn't pay the same as elven gold?
Nope. Mm-mm. You should move along.
Nina's veins start, like, glowing gold and slightly purple. I hate this town.
What would be the appropriate amount of gold? I mean, we're very thirsty, sir. How can we work this out?
It's not gold, my dear boy. It's your manner of presence. Is
Nate, I got a question here. Is this your tavern?
no.
Cool. And Nathan literally pushes him out of the way and walks in.
Okay. Well, very good. And he pushes past the rest of you and heads out.
Nice.
Real quick, as he's walking away, I'm just gonna motion my finger and have the rope of climbing tie his foot as he's walking away,
Okay.
and pull it taut.
All right. So you're trying to knock him down?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me just a d20.
Do I get any sort of advantage because he's clearly drunk?
Sure.
Yay! Gonna need it. Fuck. It's a 9.
With advantage?
Yes.
Oh.
The second roll was 6.
All right. The rope ties around his leg, and as he moves forward and you go to pull it taut, as you're pulling it taut, you see him kind of pause and he shakes his leg and it literally just unravels. And he looks at it for a moment, glass held high. Bad rope. Bad. And he turns and walks off. The majority of you, as you turn back into the tavern, you hear gentle music, almost like a cello type music playing somewhere in the vicinity, and you don't necessarily see anyone playing. It just seems to kind of reverberate around the room, and as the majority of you push in, At first, the first one they see is Nathan. And granted, the entire place stops. But it's not until the rest of the group comes in that suddenly the music stops and all drinking, all the just atmospheric noise comes to an end. And all eyes are on you.
Do we get a feeling that it's on a particular person within the group? More so than anyone, or just a full group?
I would say you're all getting general good stink eye.
I did promise that this was going to be interesting. Nina will, again, chin in the air, start walking towards the bar and be like, she'll actually pull out what she assumes is the price of a cup around here, maybe a little bit more, and just goes, bottle of wine, please, for me and my friends.
the barkeep, which is a elvish woman, has her hair tied up in a tight bun. The bottom part is just shaved completely off. The ears pointed backwards with multiple piercings down them. She leans forward and looks at the coin and then looks up at you. She slides the coin into some kind of bin below, reaches down and grabs a small bottle and sets it in front of you.
Appreciate it. Passing through. I'm looking for Dia. Do you happen to know
The
where
name?
the Dia family's gone?
There's no Adia family here.
There was. 20 years ago, at least.
There's never been an Adia in this town. We
That's
would know.
bullshit. Would you?
I'm sorry you've lost your family. But they're not here.
Can I insight check this?
Yes.
Does she generally think she's true? Like, okay. 16.
You get a sense that this is truth. Yes, they are not being kind in their delivery, but they don't really care.
Okay. But she thinks it's true. Nina will grab the bottle and just give her a very tight smile and just say, thanks. And turn back to the group and just be like, got us some wine. Not sure I want to stay in here, though. Why don't we take this to go? I think I'd rather go sleep with some wolves than stay with this little pack of asses. So.
I mean, even if we don't find wolves, we have our own dogs, so it's perfect. Let's go.
Nathan, you know how rude that is, right?
Charles.
Absolutely.
She's not a dog.
Sorry, foxes are part of what family?
I can't deal with this right now. And she just like turns and walks back out of the tavern, kind of muttering to herself, like not caring if she hits people or runs into people on the way out. Once she's outside, she go. Oh, go ahead.
As you exit the building, you see something. Actually, all of you roll a perception check.
15.
Okay.
21.
15 as well.
Liam, did you say you got a 1?
I rolled a 1.
Okay. It's good enough for you today.
That dice is going away now.
All right. Everyone but Liam, as you're stepping out, you catch, your eyes just immediately catch on a very unusual sight for the short amount of time that you've been in this town. There is a dark figure standing at the edge where the embankment goes down to the river. Because of where the sun is setting over the high forest on the opposite side of the river, you just see the silhouette of it. But it seems tall, and it just seems to be draped in a dark cloak, just standing there.
We getting any vibes off of them? Magical, foreboding, just dark figure standing near the embankment?
Looks like a dark figure standing at the embankment,
Are they facing us or are they facing away?
facing you.
I don't get any sort of vibe that this is Durgan showing up again, is it?
I mean,
How far is the embankment, foot-wise?
You're talking probably about 70 feet.
Okay.
I mean, if you guys want to roll vibe checks.
Vibe check.
Vibe check.
13.
23.
Nice.
18.
I'm getting my modifier, hold on. But it's not going to be good. I rolled a 4 straight. That's an 8.
Rowan and Nathan. You don't get a sense of threat. This just seems like... Oh, they almost seem like a statue with a cloak over it. Just standing there, completely motionless, other than the breeze moving the cloak. It's... other than that, that's about all you get.
So I'm gonna use the dash action to literally just end up beside them.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an... D&D Beyond just whoopsied me. Hold on.
We're gonna
Words.
real quick export as PDF just to be safe then, in case it goes down.
It's good now, but it did whoopsie me. All right, let's make a acrobatics check.
Oh, okay.
All of us are
22.
just Nathan.
22.
Just Nathan.
The rest of you suddenly watch as Nathan's, you don't even see him suddenly dart. You just feel the rush almost of displaced air as he is suddenly gone, and you see him appear closer to, well, how far is your dash is like
my
ridiculous.
dash is 80 feet.
Yeah. You get right to where this figure was, and you stop. And you see them across the other side of the river.
Well, shit. Howdy.
It doesn't move. And it's almost literally as if the figure just...
That much further away again?
Yes.
Alright.
Do we get the sense that it's trying to lead us away from town? Based on that? Or that it's just trying to get away from Nathan? Or like interaction, I guess, not maybe Nathan specifically.
I would say you're not sure.
Okay. But the closest like camp like area we could camp is back across the river where we had come from, right? Like probably on that side where we're out of town and not getting stink-eyed constantly.
Yeah, probably.
Ethan turns around and just, hey, you guys happen to see him move away?
Yeah, did we see him? Did he like teleport? Did we notice that as Nathan was running?
It
Was it
literally, it was almost as fast as Nathan moving. Like, it literally was there. Your eyes caught to Nathan suddenly, and when they tried to move back, the figure was smaller and further away. Like, you didn't notice it teleport, it just suddenly was.
Yeah. Nina would probably jog up and just be like, yeah, that was fucking crazy. You move fast, but it moves just as fast. But I also don't know how... Was it at the bridge, or did it just make it over the river? It was at the bridge.
I'm a little curious, because I don't know. It's either literally just appearing somewhere or teleporting, or it just floated over this river.
You guys are starting to notice quite a few of the locals. Some of them have come out of the tavern and are watching. Others are kind of starting to gather and watch the spectacle. And as you start to notice them, some of them just start to walk away and go about their business.
Paint a picture. It'll last longer. All right, let's just go on the other side of the river and camp for the night. And maybe I got turned around. Maybe we followed Durgan. I swear this is Everland, but.
Nathan kind of just reaches out and grabs your shoulders and, like, take a breath.
I never stop breathing. It's fine. I'm good. It just
gives you a shake. Take a breath. Remember, if it gets bad enough, we can burn this place to the ground and nobody can stop us.
Okay. You promise?
All right. I mean, I only got Tinder, but I can help.
That's enough to get it started. Nina will kind of like Nina will kind of like look at Liam side eye, like hoping that her joke didn't offend him though either. But then I think she's gonna head across the bridge and try to like keep this shadow figure in vision. I don't know if she's gonna keep following it yet though, unless you guys want to. I kind of just want to drink this wine for a minute.
Well, I can't catch it. I don't know what you want to do.
You start to head towards the bridge, where you see the portly elf once again standing there. You see him elaborately telling some story to a guard that is now standing there. And you see him at one point look down at his leg, point at it, and then he shakes it. The guard just is watching him, seemingly tolerating. And then he just kind of smirks a little bit and shakes his head and go away. And the portly man, all right. Not everyone can take a good story. And he starts to march off the other way. And as you approach the bridge, the guard, his eyes would kind of slide towards you for a moment. Give a small nod before the eyes go back towards the town.
Did we see him on our way in?
No.
Have we seen other guards walking around?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm starting to think that I led you guys here on like a wild goose chase. But with everything going on, I'm starting to feel like my sister is fucking with my head. Maybe?
I mean, possible. I mean, we can keep following the magic figure that's hanging out over there and see what happens. Not like we got anything better to do.
Yeah,
What do you think, Rowan?
Nina will just like open up the wine bottle and take a swig out of it while you are trying to figure this out.
As you
And then hold it
guys
out to anyone else.
have this conversation, and Nathan, you mentioned the magic figure across the river. You notice the guard's ears twitch a little, his one eyebrow kind of raise, and then his eyes slide across the river, just kind of getting a quick glance before looking forward again.
Oh, so you see that too?
His eyes slide toward you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Vibe checking the shit out of that.
Go for it.
17.
He doesn't seem to know what you're talking about.
Interesting. All right, then.
maybe if we can get away from the city a little bit and Chara can sniff out some more magic, maybe that's not being looted by all this elven arcana. No offense. She throws in, looking at the guard as she walks past him.
None taken. I've just been sent here to make sure we don't cause any trouble.
We as in us?
Roll me a perception check.
Oh, only an 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. All of you can roll it. Sorry.
Oh, there's the Nathan I know all too well. Okay.
21.
I'm sorry,
5.
what are we rolling?
Perception.
That's what I thought. 16.
Okay. Liam
This dice maybe today.
and Rowan. Both of you... You don't... Liam, you know a little bit more about elven culture. Rowan, you've been around enough people to know. This elf looks like a full-blooded elf, but the angle of the cheeks seem to slope just a hint, and the ears are not quite as long as the rest of them. You both get the idea that, maybe Liam, you especially, that perhaps this is one that has been able to hide under the radar. Not quite as full-blooded as he would hope.
What's he doing right now?
He is standing there with his javelin, staring straight ahead.
I'm gonna go up to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stand right next to him, like one of those tourists who go to watch like the Queen's Guard, or I guess the King's Guard now, in the UK. You know, the funny hats. I'm gonna stand next to him,
Okay.
put my arm around his shoulder, and whisper in his ear, "I know what you are." Actually, let me redo that. I don't want to be like that, sing-songy. It's like, hey, seems like we got something in common. And I'm just gonna take my arm off his shoulder.
His eyes slide towards you, and the head looks towards you now.
If you don't want people to know, you join me for a drink, and you get off.
If I don't want people to know, then I need to stand here and act like I don't know you. And act like I hate you.
If you don't want people to know,
Of course
fair,
I don't.
you can do that. But meet with me after dark, outside the village.
I'm not like you.
There is no one like me aside from me.
Are you even capable of comprehending how very mundane and trifling your difficulties are to the ages that these people have lived through? Your problems are small. They don't concern them, and they don't concern me. If you're looking for someone in town, seek out Usanar Beneros. And he nods his head down a path. And then he picks up his javelin and he walks on.
You making friends, Liam?
Okay. I'm not gonna be a dick. Because there was a just so you guys know, there was a very strong impulse to slap on his back a Valivo poster. But right on it, here lies a halfling. Or here lies a half elf.
You gonna do it?
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna be a dick. I'm trying not to be a dick. So I'm gonna go back to everyone and tell them about what was the name of the person, or the elf?
Usanar
Oh, yeah.
Banero?
Yeah, Usanar Banera. Tell them that we were directed to go find that. Go find them.
You rejoin us, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna share all that with you guys.
He would point you down the path of where the guard nodded towards.
Is that in the same direction as our magical figure?
It is not. It is back towards town. However, it's an offshoot. It's a path that seems to kind of lead away from the rest of town. Off to the side.
I'm also gonna find that guard later. Make him be my friend.
You know, Liam, sometimes some people need to stay hidden in the shadows.
This is why we're gonna make such great friends.
Did you even ask his name?
I know his name is Future Friend.
Well, that seems like a better start than just going to get drunk in the woods and hoping that a shadow figure is friendly and not evil. So...
Yeah, why you thought that was a solid plan?
You know,
It
honestly,
was a
I'm
plan.
spinning out a little bit. So, yeah, I'm open to ideas. Mister, I'm going to make friends with everyone who hates me.
Liam's gonna go up to Nina, put his hands on her shoulders, look her straight in the eyes and say, "Gonna be okay. It's gonna."
Can I
be
sock
okay."
him in the stomach? Like, not like really meant to like hurt him, but just like,
Yeah.
like sibling-esque.
My
Yeah.
guard is down.
13.
I don't think we had-
I would say you could make it with advantage since he's just said his guard is down.
Yep.
That's a nat 20 then.
Yep. Okay, that hit.
As you sock him in the stomach, Liam, the air leaves you, but Lena, you 100% know this was allowed to happen, but it still feels good.
Now, the next person to touch me without my consent, I'm going for the face. And she will start walking down the path.
As I start to like try to catch my breath, I'm just gonna slowly cough out as loudly as I can. It's gonna be okay.
All right, the group of you head down a path. It leads along the river, and then heads just along the side of town to where you see a little humble abode that looks to have at one time always been a small house made out of a tree, but the top portion of the tree has since been cut down, died off, you're not sure, and there has been some plant overgrowth on it. It looks as though the care that has been attended to this place is perhaps not entirely of the owner itself. You see as you walk up and see a person, an elf that is knelt off to the side, kind of doing grounds work and such. As you approach, you see them stand up, brush off their pants, and give you a small bow. Their head doesn't raise, though, as they turn and scurry off.
Did you say they were full, or did they look half elf?
They looked full.
But they bowed to us and
Yep.
scurried off. Well, that's different. I didn't mean it would keep heading for the house.
Yeah, you head right up to the front door and knock on it. The few minutes later, you hear the door unlatch and open. And let's see here. I should probably do this. You see an old woman standing there. Her face, you yourselves, not one of you has seen an elf reach this age. Many times elves, when they get to this age, they are cared for in a different manner, in high standing nobility areas. They just, common people don't see them get to this age. This elf, she is draped in a green kind of a shawl, and she has like her white hair is with a white kind of hood just sitting over it, but her ears held back. Her wrinkled face looks like it's been painted even whiter, with black, almost tribal type paint hand painted on. And the most prominent feature are her milky white eyes, which look completely blind. And as the door comes open, she doesn't quite meet eyes with you. But you would hear her say, "What?"
Usanar Benero?
Usanar Benero.
We were told to find you. We're looking for somebody and that you might be able to help.
You see her sniff the air, her face cringing as if a stink has just entered her abode. She walks backwards back into her home. "Come to see the seer, have you?"
I guess, sure. Do I like recognize the importance of her markings or anything like that? Like, is this something that I've seen or been told about before?
Roll a history check.
18.
You have, at one time, you remember seeing that in elven culture, well-respected seers. It's an old tradition. Nowadays, they're held in a different state of office, but there are still here and there old seers that practice in this way.
Okay.
And the ones in those pictures had similar markings.
The picture that I found?
In your
What
book.
picture?
Yeah. Oh, and you guys can see this on roll 20 too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So we follow her inside. Nina kind of looks over at everyone and kind of just like shrugs. Hi, Chara. But we'll follow Usanero.
Okay. Do all of you follow inside? Yeah. Okay. All of you come inside. And as you kind of group up, line up, you see her stand there, slight hump to the back. But she's still tall. Like, she's still at the height of all of you. And she sniffs the air, walks up to each of you, sniffing each member. You notice, like, with these varying reactions. Nina, she comes up to you first, sniffs, and makes a disgusted noise. Blah! Pushes her aside. Tainted halfies. Liam, she comes over to you next, sniffs and grunts again. More tainted halfies. The pungent stink is all over you. She moves on. Chara, she comes up to you. She reaches a hand up for your face and then up over your head. Kind of takes both hands, looking, checking. You could just tell she's looking for something that's not there at the moment. And then she just kind of reaches down and pinches your cheeks with a nod. Moves on. Where? The smell of starlight. And she stops in front of Rowan and reaches for your hand and pulls it up, brings it to her nose, and gives it a long sniff. Her blind eyes sliding shut. Starlight and mold. And then she reaches her other hand out just to the left of Rowan, grasping Nathan's jacket, and kind of pulls you forward. Weirdly strong grip. And presses her nose into your shirt. Time and ether merging and endlessly tossing like the waves of light across darkness. What do you inquire of Usana the seer?
I'm looking for the Dia family. Any idea? She used to live here.
And your incompetence led you here?
Yes. My incompetence led me here.
Well, no, technically it was a guard's incompetence, but, you know.
She shuffles up to you again, Nina, never quite looking any of you in the eyes. And what did the others tell you?
They said that nobody's ever lived here by that name that they would remember. But I've been here. I've been to her house. I went to where it was, and it was different. It doesn't exist there anymore.
Refusing to see the truth, or blind to it. She's had this shuffle, and suddenly she glides up to you, Nina. Sniffing you once more, the blind eyes cast downward towards your chin as she leans in close, her wrinkled lips curling into a smile. No. I smell the skepticism on you. One who must see to believe. She presses a bony finger into your forehead. That is your true curse, dear. That's why she chose you over the other. Faith is beyond you, and she turns and glides across the room, turning her back to all of you. Follow the Dark One to your destiny, and choose wisely the reflection of yourself. You see her sit into a chair, and she reaches for a book, pulls it towards her, and flips it open. And her eyes never look towards it, but she just holds it there in front of her. Now get out.
When she touched Nina's forehead, Nina's hands like balled into fists, but she kept them at her side. And I don't think Nina's eyes leave the woman as she moves away. Do we see like the title of the book as she opens it or anything like that?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check. See if your eyes are kind of drawn to
nope.
it.
4.
Yeah, you're too emotionally invested in the things that were just said to you.
All right.
I want to step forward,
Mhm.
and is my microphone okay? I had to re-put it in. I don't know if it messes up the settings.
Yeah, it's kind of like repeating.
It's echoing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yourself. Yeah. Well, wait.
Real quick, can I steal the book?
Out of her hands?
Well, oh, sorry, I thought you had put it down.
No, she's got it in her hands, like sitting there, and her eyes are not quite looking at it.
Oh, I'm not gonna steal it yet.
Yeah, okay. Chara, I apologize. What were you? You trying to figure out your mic?
Is that any better?
Yes, actually.
Loads better.
Yeah.
Loads better.
I want to sniff this old woman, this obviously blind person, and sniff back, see what I smell of honor.
Okay. It's still doing it just a little on your mic, but you go. I know, you're fine. You go and you sniff the air, and as you do, you see her head turn directly towards you, not looking at you, but you see her just giving you her full attention. And you definitely smell magic.
Specifically, any specific kind of magic?
A lot of divination and a lot of other. There's potential magic swirling around this old seer.
Can I touch her face? Touch my face. I feel like it's only fair. She literally was up.
Yeah, you walk up and you reach forward. How do you want to touch her face?
Well, like I almost want to mirror the way she touched me, because she like ran her hands, the hair, or felt, and then pinched my cheeks.
Yeah, and you would know she was looking for the
I know
ears.
she was feeling for the ears. I know.
And
she was
so
for my
you
ears.
move forward, kind of make those same motions. Then you reach forward and pinch her cheeks. And she doesn't move. You just see her take a deep, drawn in breath towards you. And that's it.
Chara would just go, okay, and step back.
Now get out!
Guess we're following the dark one to our destiny.
Nathan will kind of be the last one out.
Mm-hmm.
On his way out, he like shuffles through for 5 gold and just like puts it on the nearest counter and walks out. Thank you for your time.
You hear the book snap shut, and you pause for a moment at the door. You're welcome here anytime.
He just nods and walks out.
Her eyes just kind of close. And then she leans back as the door closes. Without any of you closing it, it just closes behind you.
Starlight, ether, and time? What the fuck was that about? Nina asked, looking to Rowan and Nathan.
I don't know, ingredients for a new drink. Speaking of, still got some of that wine? You can hold his hand out.
Yeah, she'd hold out the bottle.
So,
You look over at Rowan,
back
I was
to
kind of just like
Signing.
touching my hand where that one creature we allowed to cut me and take my blood.
The Nothic?
Yeah, I'm touching the spot on my hand where we did that. And I don't give a response. I'm kind of like lost in thought on that.
I think Nina just shrugs and starts heading back in the direction of the bridge and where we last saw the dark figure, unless anyone has anything else that they would like to do here in town. These pretentious bitches I've had enough of.
Just to make sure I fully understand what just happened. That was supposed to be your grandmother's house. She wasn't there.
No, so we came into an elven town off the river, and we went to where I thought my grandmother's house was, and it was a completely different house. And we've asked around, we've asked at a tavern, a couple of different places, asking where, if anyone knows where my grandmother went, and nobody says, they said that they don't know who that is, that she's never lived here, that I must be wrong, I lost her. And we've been treated very shittily, like we're being frowned upon because we're not full elves. So we went to start leaving town. We saw a shadowy figure that is like teleporting, blinking, doing something to like get away from us, not interact. But before we like fully started to go after that, Liam made friends with a guard at the bridge who is a half elf who's managing to pose as a full elf, and he sent us to the seer to see if we might be able to find who we're looking for. Said that she could help. So that was the seer in town that we just met, who's telling us to go chase the figure.
Two questions. One, was Char not being perceived as full elf, even though her disguise is full elf?
That's a good question.
No, you were perceived as a full elf.
But you were associating with a bunch of non-elves.
Because I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
Does this sound familiar to Chara at all?
Is it what?
Familiar to Chara at all?
No. You've never been here before.
Because I've never been here before. Because now I'm like, geez, did I actually kill somebody here? Because that sounds about right.
Okay.
When we start heading back towards the river and the bridge and stuff, can I take a close look at the river to see if it behaves differently than normal water? Like, do we see our reflections as you'd expect? Is it flowing?
Yeah. So you as you guys head towards the bridge, are you heading over it or are you staying on this side?
Nina?
Heading over it, I think, is my plan. Unless I'm literally open to whatever. Nina, you guys like look at her and she is super confused. She doesn't know what's happening. She doesn't know if she's being gaslit, if she has gaslit herself into thinking this, if she's misremembered stuff. Like, the guys keep telling her that it's going to be okay and she doesn't fully believe them, but she's trying to, but she's losing it a little bit.
Do I need to roll a vibe check to see if I can like get that feeling from you, or do you're exuding it?
She's agitated. I think she's acting more pissed off than anything. So if you want a vibe check to see if you get the true nature of it, as opposed to her just being like angry at being called a halvesies.
19.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
would get that.
Okay, so at that point, Nathan would just be like, "All right, everybody, come on, dark figure," and he just starts walking in that direction.
Yeah, you guys start heading over the bridge. Rowan, you kind of keep an eye over the side, getting a good look at the water, and yeah, you see a reflection. It looks like it's behaving like normal water. And Nathan, you see that dark figure at the edge of the woods on the other side. So you cross over the bridge and you see it just off to the side at the edge of the high forest.
Oh, looks like he's back. And just keep walking in the direction of the dark figure.
Okay. You all
By
start.
the way, everybody, keep your eyes open because mine suck.
You all start heading towards it, following behind, and as you start to head towards it, and as you start to get close, you see it turn this time, and it walks down a path, which is a very small path now that you notice. And you start to follow it.
I am not liking this, guys.
Does this feel magical, like one of the ways Alia used to trick me or something? Like, does this feel like one of her schemes?
This doesn't have the stamp of what you remember with Alia.
Okay. Look, I don't like it either, but that seer, he was legit. I mean, that's like a long respected tradition. Like, she knows what she's talking about. And I don't know how else she would know about the shadowy figure unless she was in cahoots with it. And if that was the case, I think it'd be a little bit more threatening. I haven't felt like we're in danger. And honestly, I feel like I'll take whatever's out here as opposed to more bad stares in there. How my father ever stood it, I will never understand.
Nina, are you sure that you remember correctly?
No, I'm not anymore. With what happened to Corvette and everything else, like, I don't know.
May I make a slight request? Can I pull out Talon and call out Hazari?
Like call Hazari out?
Yeah, to ask some questions that I think a genie might be able to answer.
Yeah, you, how do you do this?
I'm gonna take a Talon, hold it by its hilt, lay it down, put my hand on the gem, and just ask for Hazari to answer a few questions to come out. Respectfully.
Mm-hmm. Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. My modifier, persuasion. That's a 16.
You wait for a long moment. No. And only you hear that, Liam.
What do you mean, no?
You don't get a response.
Okay. Well, that's one genie that doesn't want to play ball, but okay. Just gonna put Talon away, and
You okay, Liam? What's that about?
I think I've got to work on a relationship with my dagger.
That's not a euphemism, right?
I'm just gonna look at Nina and wiggle my eyebrows.
Gross. And she'll turn it.
You guys start to turn and start down the path again, which you see the
I
dark.
think Chara wanted to do something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chara. Go for it.
Is my sound any better?
It's this weird like echo thing it does. It's not terrible. It's not terrible.
Next, just turn off the automatic gain.
Ooh.
Okay. Anyways,
Anyway.
so I want to. Nina disappeared. I really want to attempt to dispel magic on Nina, specifically her memories, if I can.
You wanted to dispel magic? Okay, yeah, go for it.
As if I don't know. Really, I just want to know if something is affecting her. And then I'll mess with my microphone and phone again. I'll try. Let's see. I'm gonna cast it at my highest possible level, which is 4. Well. Yeah, cast it at 4th level.
Okay. So is that
If the spell affecting Nina that is 4th level or higher, I automatically any effects of the spell if it is equal to or less than the spell slot used. So if it is 4, it automatically ends. If it's above 4th level or higher, I can make an ability check using my spell casting ability to attempt to end it manually.
okay? Yeah, go ahead and make me a spell check then.
You were muted if you gave a number. No. I also just heard birds.
I know the bird thing was really amazing.
That might have been me.
You heard birds on my side or somewhere else?
No, somewhere else. I think it was.
Probably my side. I'm surprised it came through. I mean, I have a window open, but it's not like they're right there.
Yeah. They might have been just the right frequency. Oh no.
I can't inspire myself, but I rolled. Wait a second. That's stupid. I really want this to work though.
Do we know what you're trying to do? Like, can someone
You
give you the help?
so Chara straight up like goes you and puts her hands on either side of her head, like just like out of the blue. You're not expecting this. She not warn you. She just does it and is like staring very intently where your third eye would be.
Mm-hmm.
But I did roll 6, 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I rolled a 14.
Okay.
So that would be a 4th level spell. You son of a...
I was gonna try to give you the help action of some way, but I don't necessarily know that Nina knows what you're trying to do, other than, like, she just got touched again without her consent, and she was.
Help me, though. Help me. Help me.
What are you trying to do? Are you like? do I need to stand still? Do I need to like say anything? Like, and Nina will do her best to try and help Chara with this.
Just think really hard. Focus your mind. This is what she'll say.
I think she will close her eyes then, and her own veins and magic start to pop up as if like trying to suss out anything that might be there. That's your help action.
Thank you.
Nina, as you start to do that, kind of gather your magic, and you feel the gold veins start to come up, Chara, you start to see them suddenly turn dark again. And then turn darker. Nina, you feel this kind of darkness fill you for a moment and build before you also hear a small voice. Small in that it sounds a little distant, but clear. No.
No. No what?
No.
And it sounds like
A familiar voice.
Groat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Glad you're alive and well and still kicking. Nina will open her eyes and look at Chara and just shake her head. She's not gonna let you in.
Not yet. Anyway.
Now I did threaten. She'll kind of like put her hands over yours on her face that the next person who touched me without my consent was getting punched in the face. And I only feel like it's fair because I did punch Liam. And then she just reaches up and pats your cheek a little bit.
Is that really fair? Because I didn't hear you say. I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
As the group of you kind of turn back towards the path, you notice the dark cloaked figure hasn't stopped. They have continued to move further and further. This path is very narrow, and the further you get, you start to realize as you look behind you, there's no path behind you.
Cool.
There seems to only be the path before you. And as you continue to go, the thickness of this forest, the high forest, really, the famousness of this forest really starts to kick in. These trees are old and reaching and curling. The trunks of these trees are massive. The old growth on them hangs long, and it is wet and dense. And you seem to follow it for a good hour. This dark, cloaked figure just always seemingly just out of your reach, despite all attempts to get close. Anytime you have stopped or paused, it continually goes until it seems to disappear, and it's just on the edge, waiting. It is dark in the forest at this point, as the sun has set, and there is no light coming through. All of you continue to follow, starting to struggle a little bit as the form of this figure is just a silhouette now, moving, a shadow. But fortunately, all of you have... I think you all do. All of you have dark vision. No, Nathan.
Nathan.
I can't see shit. Somebody else lead.
Nina would like press to digitate like a little like candle flame in her hand essentially so that he's not stepping over roots or whatever, and she just kind of like hold it there.
You
Resummon as necessary.
summon this flame.
Funny enough, you can actually turn that off. I just can't see it at distance in the dark.
The flame, by the way, is not a yellow comforting flame. It's a purplish flame that these kind of, the smoke coming off of it is almost like oily and black brackish as it just kind of floats off.
Yeah, maybe that's better to not have that. She'll snuff that out.
That's right. Chara cast dancing lights.
Cool.
All right. The group of you come to the edge of a clearing. No problem, Chara. You're good. Which, Nathan, do you know a lot about the audio stuff to be able to help her?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Kind of.
You guys come to the edge of a clearing, and you start to see light as these two trees that seem to frame around the path. You come forward towards it, and you see a house sitting at the end of this path, surrounded by these old trees that tower far above, twisting and curling trunks. This house looks like a manor. It looks aged and as old as the trees around it. The columns that form the entrance almost seem to have come from a trunk of a tree that has been carved into the base of this house. All of it seems to be almost one big piece of wood that has just been carved out into a house that has ivy growing along the edges. There are lights on inside. And I will bring you all to the map.
Did anyone else grow up with, like, child's tales about going to houses in woods?
Is that not what we do for a living?
Not like this.
Nathan literally just looks at you and...
Why are you shaking your head at me?
What childhood?
I was left as a baby, asshole.
By me. As an adult. I didn't have a childhood. What are you calling me the asshole for, you insensitive dick?
Well, you made it seem like you were talking about me.
I'm kidding. You're actually pretty nice.
I literally grew up in the woods.
Yeah, I think you're the odd one out, Rowan. I don't know. If you're afraid of a hag, I mean, she's right here. Kind of gestures to herself. Like,
I'm just saying, let's watch our surroundings.
are you worried because Durgan told us not to go into the forest and we promptly went into the forest?
I mean, he hasn't steered me wrong since I've met him, but...
How'd you meet him?
That's a story for another time. Why don't we get this over with?
Right. Does this house look familiar? Like this looks...
This house does not look familiar.
Cool. Yep.
But what you do see is the roped figure standing beside the stairs leading up to the front entrance. And you notice now, as you start to approach, this figure is tall and large. It stands off to the side on the ground level, but its head still reaches to the top of the entrance. It stands there, still, stoic. The darkness beneath the cloak seemingly watching all of you. Waiting.
Oh, yeah, let's just do this. Let's get it over with. And Nina will stride forward again.
I always wanted to meet death. I'm just walking forward.
Isn't that the name of your gun?
Yep.
I just assumed you were death.
As you all,
Only on a bad
Mr.
day.
Time and Ether.
as you all approach the house, this time the cloaked figure watches all of you approach, and it's looking down upon all of you, and you still can't see behind the darkness. It turns, steps up the steps, reaches forward. The door opens almost as if air is pushing this door in. And you see it duck lowly and then disappear inside. Do all of you follow?
Just skips. She's like, all right, we're for friends now. Like, casually opening the door for us been vampires.
Liam's gonna get Talon ready in one hand, and in the other hand, just like hold an Eldritch Blast.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna go last and basically stand in the doorway so like the door can't be shut behind us.
You go in and stand in the doorway, and as you kind of stand in it and you hold a hand out to press against the door, you stumble a bit and realize there's no door. And you look back. There's no doorway. All of you stand inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hectagonal. I almost said I think it's six-sided. A room.
Ooh.
Son, you're just gonna hear Rowan from behind, like looking over her shoulder, be like, "Son of a bitch!"
You feel the coolness of air breeze against you, Rowan, as you hear a door slam, but there's no door there. There's no doorway. And you see these 6 walls, 4 columns, 4 mirrors, and a rug in the middle. And the dark figure that used to be there is no longer there.
Well, now the whole reflections bit from the seer makes sense. Choose wisely, yada yada yada, Nina says, gesturing to the mirrors in the room.
Well, we have to follow the dark one.
So, who wants to be their own reflection?
Go first. This is, after all, my west, I guess. And she'll step up. She's gonna go kind of hesitantly at first because mirrors do make her nervous. So she'll kind of like keep an eye out. Like, are they propped up? Are they floating there? Like, how are
They are straight up and down.
Okay.
Nothing seems to be propping them up, but they're not floating. They do rest upon the ground. However, they do reach above all of you.
Okay. And these pillars, they are attached to the ceiling?
Yes.
Is there anything special about them? Like any carvings, any ruins that I might be able to read?
You run your hand along all of them. You don't see any ruins. You don't see any writings. They look to be normal columns.
She'll kind of toe the rug.
Toe it,
Seems like a rug.
kind of flip it up a bit. Looks like a rug. Nothing underneath.
Wait,
Right.
Nina, what?
Yeah.
What if you use your mirror to look at a mirror instead of just jumping in yourself?
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Yeah. She'll reach into her pocket and pull out her little hand mirror. Kind of like put her back to one of the mirrors so that she's not directly looking at anything, and like hold it up so that she's looking at the mirror reflection.
You look at the reflection. The rest of you wait for something. And after a long moment, you realize Nina's not moving. She seems to be frozen in place. Doesn't even look like she's breathing at this point.
I swear to God, this is like the paintings all over again.
Nathan will walk up and check her.
As you walk up to her and you just reach out to touch her, Nina walks forward. Or an echo of her does. The portion that was frozen before remains behind, and this echo moves forward and then freezes. And then another echo moves forward, the other one frozen, and then again and again, until this line of Nina echoes slowly moving forward and turning to look at you, until the last one reaches across and freezes. And then they all tilt and fall backwards to the ground. And all the echoes shatter and scatter along the ground as if glass shards. And then they melt and fall into the cracks and disappear.
Did those shards look anything like the visions I kept having? Like that type of shard at all? Of Melandra's
Somewhat.
face and... Okay.
Is the Nina still standing there?
No,
Or did they all go?
they are
Okay.
all gone.
Well, guess that means I'm next. I'll look in a mirror.
Which mirror do you look in? This one. You look into the mirror and you don't see a reflection. No, wait. You do. It's on the mirror behind you.
Alrighty then. Walk over to the other one.
You walk over to the other one. You don't see it behind you, nor in front of you. But as you turn to look at one of the side mirrors, you catch your reflection on the left-hand side.
I'm gonna stand in the middle then.
Okay? Which one do you
And then
look at?
around. Basically just start. I'm gonna say top left and then clockwise.
Okay.
Just move around and look.
You start looking at each one. Your reflection never in the mirror that you are facing. It always seemingly bounces to one of the others.
That's neat. Somebody else want to come out here and look at a mirror for me?
Tara would just kind of forward and look in the would probably start with this mirror
Okay.
and try to see what could be seen in the mirror.
And Nathan would go to the opposite one.
Chara, you look in the mirror and you don't see your reflection. Weirdly, you see a reflection behind you. Nathan, you see your reflection behind you.
Chara's gonna walk backwards towards mirror with the reflection.
Okay.
An attempt to touch it, like take her hand and like put her hand down and attempt to touch it and like
The one
see if
right in front of you?
No, to the one like back up towards her reflection while looking in the mirror in front of her.
Like, have your reflection touching? Okay.
Yeah, like if I backed up to this mirror and like touched it behind me.
Oh, the one behind you?
Right, yeah.
You notice as you're looking in the mirror in front, you reach back to touch it, and you see yourself reaching out. And you feel warm fingers touching yours. The rest of you watch as Chara disappears.
Okay. Hear the echo of Chara's cackle as she disappears.
So since Nathan's standing in front of the mirror, she just disappeared in front of. He's actually just gonna like put his hand on it to see what's going on.
The one that Chara just disappeared through?
Yeah, because she would have backed up, right?
Yeah, you reach forward and touch it. Rowan and Liam, you watch Nathan disappear.
What is with all of you with the grabby hands?
You have to take a chance sometime, Rowan.
You
As
know,
Liam
you
walks
can only
forward.
take so many chances until it stops working.
Liam walks forward. He goes up to the mirror that Nina had, I guess, disappeared into, or her echoes went into.
Nina's echoes spread across the floor. She never actually touched a mirror. And they shattered to the ground and then melted into it.
Liam's gonna crouch down and like look into those shards.
The the shards are no longer there.
So, I guess what I'm confused about is it like a puddle, or are they just completely gone?
They turned into almost like liquid glass and melted into the ground. They are gone. Yeah.
That's I was confused. When
Yeah.
I heard melting from the ground, I
Sorry.
just, there. No. That's me, not you. I guess I'm gonna, with the Eldritch Blast, and I'm still holding in my hand. that I walked in holding. I'm gonna shoot it at this mirror to
Okay.
see if it breaks. If like it can even break.
You shoot it into the mirror. And it's absorbed.
Okay, so we know that at least. Well, in for a penny, I guess. And Liam is going to walk back to the other mirror, crouch down, and then sprint at the mirror that he just launched the Eldritch Blast into. And then as he's about to like reach into it, just jump into it.
Okay. Rowan, you watch Liam kind of give you a one last look. And then he runs headlong right into the mirror, his form disappearing.
Had you not said that, I was going to say, and that's when Liam broke his neck. R.I.P.
What is
I'm gonna-
Rowan thinking in this moment?
That they're all goddamn nuts. I'm gonna immediately start searching the perimeter of the room.
Yeah.
And literally running my hands along the walls, trying to find any sort of discrepancy or anything of potentially another room.
Yeah, roll a investigation check.
11.
You run your hand along the walls. You see areas where it looks like there is broken wall crumbling in a couple different areas that has gathered along the ground. But it's weird because the walls still look perfectly smooth. Although not the kind of smooth, masterful craftsmanship that you've kind of gotten used to seeing in the dwarven ruins. This is pieced together pieces of stone that have almost seemingly melded together. Stonework that doesn't quite look like it should bend in these weird angles, but they have just melded together to form creases. You don't find any writing. You find 6 torches high up on the walls. You run your hand through them, and it burns a little as heat is displaced from it. There's no air movement in here, despite the fact that the flames seem to be feeding off of some kind of air. And now and then you hear whispers.
I'm gonna try and focus on what those whispers are.
You listen. Most of them are indistinguishable. Now and then you can hear what sounds almost like one of your party members. exchanged conversation. Distant, intermingled with the other whispers.
I'll walk up to a back of a mirror and take a look at it. So, I walk up to the back of the first one from the room,
Mm-hmm.
and just look to see if I see any writing or anything along the edges or anything.
Based on your last roll, you don't see anything. It's plain, smooth, standing up despite the fact that it doesn't look like it should.
From where we walked in, I'm going to sit down and lean against the wall and close my eyes and kind of like meditate. I am not going through that mirror yet.
All right. You sit down and do so. 5 minutes pass. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30
The whole
minutes.
time I'll hear whispering.
Yep.
Nothing growing louder or fainter from the whispers, or
This room is unchanging. "35 minutes pass.
son of a bitch. I'm going to. I think I still have it. Pretty sure. I'm gonna take the rope that's mine,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna tie it around this pole,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna tie the other end around my waist, and then I'll walk towards this. I think most people went in this mirror, right?
Liam went into that mirror.
Okay. I'll walk over to this mirror and just slowly start to touch. I'm not running in.
You slowly reach up and touch it. And it's weird touching a mirror that you can see the reflection of the mirror behind you and no reflection before you. And your fingers slide across the cool glass. And then the mirror's gone. You pull your hand back. You're still in an octagonal room. Hexagonal room. But this is not the room you were in before. And just to confirm, Nina, are you able to see?
I can see everything. Yep.
Okay. For you to be able to see, I did give you permission on other people's, just don't move their characters.
Yep. I won't touch anything.
All of you find yourselves in a room nearly identical in shape and form. But each of you find yourselves seeing differences. Primarily, the mirrors are gone. Rowan, your room still has the 4 columns. You also see a pattern on the floor between them in the middle. You see 4 bowls sitting on plates in between each column. Lines coming from each bowl pointing to a sacrificial knife in the middle. On each column, you see 3 statues of women. Their backs braced against it, facing the middle. Their arms held up as if tied to the column. Each of them, their faces are facing upward. Their expressions, varying degrees of sadness and fright. Only the column on the north side here is empty. Nathan, your room also has 4 columns. But in your room, you find multiple framed canvases, pictures, paintings of people, smiling faces, happy, some not happy, scattered about the room. And you see on each side, opposite sides of the room, the northeast side and the southwest side, 2 boards at the top edge of the wall. Where you see written, carved in common on each board. The one on the northeast side, you see written or carved, dead. And on the southwest side, you see carved, alive. Chara, in the room you are in, you also have 4 columns. There are potion bottles scattered about. You see writing on each potion bottle. Each one has a stamp of some kind across it. A wax stamp label that says mercy or doom. In the middle of the room, you see a scale. A tall scale that nearly reaches the top of the ceiling, which is about 10 feet. There are empty bowls and a measuring system on each side. And in the middle, you see a familiar looking sword. Looks vaguely like Rowan's sword, Dissonance. On the middle of this scale, the point facing upward, currently at the bottom. And at the top, the very top of the scale, you see this black sphere with a sign above it with a name written across it in Abyssal. Do you read Abyssal? No. You do not know what this word says. And lastly, Liam, you find yourself in a similar room with no columns. This room is in fact empty, except for a single statue in the middle of the room. A large statue. It's about a foot taller than you. It is an old man sitting. And there's a plaque beneath it that is blank with slats, as if pieces were meant to be placed upon this blank plaque. And the statue of the kneeling old man with hair of flame, beard that looks like flowing water, and an intricate robe. The statue has its hands held up, palms facing out. There's nothing else in the room. All of you find yourself in each prospective room. Does anyone wish to do anything?
Can I look around for any sort of things that go in the slats? I know you said there's nothing around, but was that just because I haven't looked hard enough, or there's literally nothing else in the room?
You give a good look around. There is literally nothing else in this room.
I'm gonna sit down in front of the old man statue. Put Alan down next to me.
You set it down.
And just oh, how long have you been here? Liam's gonna say to the statue, and that's it.
The statue is unmoving. Your voice reverberating off the walls. The rest of you, you hear a distant voice. This whisper that comes into your room, and you recognize Liam's voice. As you can hear him.
Char's going to walk towards the scale in the room.
Okay.
And try to see what happens if she touches it towards one side or the other.
Like press down one of the bowls. Yeah, you go to try and press down on it. And then you press harder. And you put both elbows into it. This thing is not moving.
What happens if I put a potion bottle in one side?
You grab one. Which one do you grab?
Mercy.
You have Mercy. You pop the top. Which side do you pull it in? Right or left?
Right.
You pour Mercy in. And dissonance does not move.
But do the scales move?
The scales drop a little.
Laura's gonna start pouring Mercy on one side and Doom on the other.
you start pouring randomly. Roll me a d4 twice.
Okay. Oh, a D4 is the one that I don't have. So. I got a 3 and a 2 for a total of 5.
All right. You pour 3 doom into one side, 2 mercy into the other. The scales balance out, and dissonance shifts but an inch.
3 doom to 2 mercy.
To 3 mercy, because you dumped 2 into the mercy side. You had already dumped 1 in.
2 mercy, 3 doom.
3 and 3.
Guys, I'm so freaking bad at math. Why did I get the math one? Why is mine math? I don't understand. This is so, which works because Charlie's not smart. So she's just confident. I'm gonna keep doing this until something happens, and then worst case, I don't know. I don't have a worst case yet. I don't have plan B. So this is my plan. I'm gonna do this, and I'm going to try to keep track of the 3 to 2 ratio that
3 to 3
be equaling out.
You
And
have
it's 2
3 to
plus the one you had already done. Yeah, so it's
Sure.
You start pouring.
Yes.
Are you doing them in the same?
Yes.
Okay. You continue.
Well, not yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting just to like make it clear. I'm gonna set the bottles behind me so I can count them out on either side as I'm pouring them out.
Yeah. So you're doing
Char's
this.
also bad at math.
Rowan, Nathan, and Liam. The rest of you hear grumbled counting of numbers and cursing, just echoing around your room. Chara, you continue to pour, and dissonance just slowly starts to move up and up. Do you want to continue to keep it even?
Yeah. Yes. I would like to.
where's the chaos? That's too lawful.
No, false. That is definitely chaotic. We have no idea what's gonna happen when dissonance reaches the top. I'm part of me thinks it's gonna release some kind of dark miasma that's gonna kill Chara. So who's?
So Chara, you continue pouring bottle after bottle, and dissonance slowly creeps closer to that large black ball labeled that you don't know what it says. Nathan, anything you would like to do as you hear these whispers around you?
He's just shaking his head as he approaches that first square painting in front of him here. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Sounds like everybody else is having fun. And just pick it up and kind of start examining it.
You pick up the first picture, and you see a name under it. Not under it, I'm sorry. Labeled along the bottom of it. And the picture, despite what it looks like on the picture itself, on that square one, looks like a short gnome in a dark robe. Looks to be partially balding with nice little tufts, 3 little tufts kind of going. And he's kind of smiling on the picture. 1 tooth is missing, and you see the name at the bottom. It says Fack.
Back?
believe is FAC.
Well, you look like a dead. He walks over to the top north eastern side of it and just, is there a place to hang paintings there or no?
You see multiple nails hanging in the wall. And as
Alright, he hangs him.
you go to hang it, it drops to the ground. The nail still firmly in the wall.
Alright, not dead. Picks it back up and goes to the other side and goes to hang it on the alive side.
You hang it on the live side. It drops to the ground.
Well, son of a... I'm gonna have to... Picks him up, leans him against the wall, and goes to... this circular one. Picks it up and starts looking at it.
You
Out of character. Are these rooms related to each of us?
you don't know.
You don't have to answer, but DM, you keep your secrets. I see what you're doing.
Did anyone else just hear the little child laughter? That was so fucking creepy. That was so good.
You pick up slightly smaller oval frame, and you see written along the bottom of it the name Venixion.
Oh yeah, spell that one.
Van Zyron. Sorry. VAN XIRON. And you see at the end of it quotations. Van.
At that point, he would probably check all of the paintings and get the names.
Okay.
So, if you want to type those out, it'd be easier, or if you want to say them all, your choice.
All right.
And I'll let Rowan go while Nathan's doing that.
Okay. I will do that on roll 20 actually, because that might be easier. Two of them. Whoops. And oh, I typed it to myself. That doesn't help anyone. Hold on. There's one. I apologize. I should have had these all in a line. And Rowan, what are you doing?
Did you say these were statues of women or actually physical beings?
Statues.
I will walk up to a bowl and just look down into it. Is there any residue or anything in it?
It looks like dried blood.
From outside of the circle, looking in at the dagger, does the dagger look familiar?
It does not.
Is it got dried blood on it itself?
Yes.
I will walk over to and take a closer look at the statues of the women.
You walk over and give a good look at each statue. And two of them look human. One of them looks elvish. Both of them, all three of them, look to have scratch marks across their chest, down along each arm, and across each neck.
I'll just look around and see everything like, yeah, I see what's wanted here. I will take out dissonance.
Mm-hmm. You go to reach for dissonance. It's not there.
Motherfucker. Is the rope like still around me? Has it disappeared?
The rope is still around your waist. And the rest of it hangs on the floor.
So it looks like it was just
Pulled through.
like, is it intact fully, or does it look like it's been?
It's intact
Just cut.
fully.
But it's not on the column anymore.
Correct.
I will gather it up.
Gather it up.
Take it off me.
Untie it.
I reach back for the Dragon Slayer sword.
It's not there.
I'll check for my hand axe. I'm gonna start looking for every weapon I have, basically.
You start searching for every weapon, every place you normally keep them. Your hands are coming up empty.
Do I even have like my backpack with me?
Your backpack's there.
I open it.
You open it. You feel the bag open in your hands, but it remains closed.
Oh, I'm gonna make you take the long road. Don't you worry. Rowan did not want to come in here.
The rest of you hear muttering and cursing, familiar to your cleric's voice. And at one point, you swear you hear her say, her voice bouncing out of the room, "I did not want to come in here." And it bounces off the walls.
Nate, does the name Ezra mean anything to anybody? And are they alive or dead?
The rest of you hear this.
Hey, wait, no, I have a question. No, I don't know who Ezra is. what does this word mean? And Char tries to say the word abyssal, but she doesn't.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, you have zero idea how to pronounce it. Do you want to try and describe it? If you want to try and describe how the word is written, we could say you could do a... You know what? We'll make it a performance check.
I'll try to do that. And before I do that, though, I'm going to confirm that Nina is saying it.
That what?
Nina.
Oh.
Nina, are you listening? And then I'll do. I'm just going to roll.
You don't get a response from Nina.
I don't get a response from Nina. Oh my gosh. That's...
While
Nina
Nathan
speaks
was
of
asking his
Abyssal.
question, he's hanging the Liam painting in the alive column.
Which one?
The Liam painting.
You hang it,
I gotta s-
and it hangs for a brief moment before it tilts and drops, clatters to the ground.
Spend a moment to try to hang it on each place to hang it on the alive side.
You hang it. Each
And-
time, you get the same result.
I rolled a 16 on my performance check.
Okay, yeah. Rowan,
But I don't know if
Nathan,
it matters.
or Liam, do any of you speak Abyssal?
Abyssal's different from deep speech, right?
Yes. Hard
Then
yes.
then the answer is no.
All right. Chara, you attempt to explain and say what these symbols are.
You gonna tell us the word, or you just clearing your throat?
Char doesn't respond. Char goes back pouring the potions into her thing.
You continue to pour, and dissonance continues to edge its way further towards that black sphere.
That's a no on the Ezra thing, I guess, huh? Yeah, all right. Thanks for the help. Nathan just goes back to checking out the paint.
Liam? You sit before the statue.
Oh, you're asking me what I'm doing. Okay. I thought there was more to that. That's why I was waiting. Has anything changed in the room?
No?
Okay. And the 4 slots, they're in the plaque, right?
Yeah, there are, it looks like, actually, five slots.
5 slots. Okay. I'm gonna need a real quick refresher. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm looking at pictures. Because I have a dumb idea. I mean, a lot of my ideas are dumb, but this one might be fun. Nope. Nope. Okay. Well, that's not ideal. Okay. I'm just gonna roll with it.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull out Zoidberg,
Okay.
and I'm gonna ask Zoidberg to put its legs and claws into
You have
4 of the
Zoidberg.
slots.
You don't have Zoidberg. Chara does. You gave it to Chara last session.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry. I just wanted to let you know that you don't have it.
Nope. You've ruined my plan. You've ruined it.
As you are looking for Zoidberg, and you're like, where the fuck did I put Zoidberg? Chara, you would hear Liam's voice echoing, saying this as you're pouring potions.
Zoidberg's in my pocket. Sorry.
Grumble. What can I do? There's nothing in the room, but there are 4 slots.
5 slots.
5 slots. I'm sorry. Thank you.
And a statue, seated, palms out.
Do you say that out loud, Liam?
No. I'm. This is me thinking out loud. Do I see anything on the palms?
No?
Palms out. 10 fingers?
Yeah.
Okay. Palms out. Fiery hair. Are its eyes looking towards anything?
Straight ahead.
Straight ahead. Do I see anything behind me?
Just the wall.
I'm gonna take a look at the plaques. Can I see how deep the grooves are?
They're not terribly deep. It looks like just enough that a small section, possibly, of some kind of a plaque would fit into it. Like as if they were interchangeable. You could put different things in there.
In for a penny, I guess. I'm gonna pick up Talon.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try to insert Talon into one of the slots.
You pick up Talon and you go to stab it forward, and it seems to pass through.
So the plaque itself becomes incorporeal, or Talon does?
Seems like Talon does.
Okay. I'm gonna grab Talon again, put my hand on the gem, and ask for Hazari. I'm already rolling persuasion. In case that's what I need to roll.
Normally, you feel a connection.
Oh no.
There's nothing there.
Oh no. I'm gonna try to shoot an Eldritch Blast at the side. Can I, like, shoot anything out?
At the side wall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's magic.
Scatters against the wall.
Okay, at the very least, I still have magic. Okay. Can I try Mom's spaghetti?
Yeah, explain what that looks like.
Nothing, I'm referring to the chat.
Rowan. What are you doing?
Anyone hear from Nina? I've heard everyone but her.
All of you hear it.
That's a hard no.
Which is weird because she's abyssal, I'm pretty sure.
Shit. No, Nina.
Rowan, are you missing a sword?
I'm missing everything.
Oh, well, good news. I have one of them.
I miss you too.
My room's a sacrificial room, just FYI. Nathan, you might lose your job.
Neat. What kind of room? Like, be more specific.
Like, there's bowls with dried blood and a dagger with dried blood. And it's set up just like a sacrificial altar type thing.
As you look closer, Rowan, you do see hold on, let me save that. The symbol on the ground. You vaguely remember seeing a map like this before. A map of the known planes of existence.
It gets worse. The floor's like a map of the planes.
It gets worse.
Does anyone have like 5 slots or slats?
I got a bunch of paintings with names on them. And Nathan will list off the names that are in the chat.
Don't know any of them.
Nathan lists off all the names.
Liam is going to have a bit of a reaction.
Which is?
How do you know those names?
Are you deaf? I just said I got paintings with those names on them.
That was a dumb question. I know you said that. What do those paintings look like?
Give a description of them. Alive or dead?
I don't know.
Out of character, DM. Those torches actually torches?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know. Well, I've been trying to hang some paintings and they keep falling off walls, and I'm getting pretty close to just lighting this place on fire. So hopefully it doesn't make them dead. Speak up now, forever hold your peace.
Rowan, do the words mercy and doom mean anything to you?
Outside of their normal definition?
Yes.
No.
At that question, Nathan reaches down for his revolvers.
Nathan, try putting Ignatius and Xenia in dead.
Yeah.
You go to hang them.
No, I reach down for my pistols first after she mentions mercy and doom.
You reach down for them. They're not there.
Well, son of a bit. And it just loudly through everybody's ears.
All of you hear cursing just echoing back and forth across the walls. A long stream.
Language!
You missing things too?
I mean, not the most important thing, but two of my important things, yes. And he starts hanging those two paintings while he's talking and grumbling.
You grab Ignatius and Xenia, and you go to hang them on the dead wall. And as you silently hang them, they hang for a split second and then drop to the ground.
Pick up Ignatius, hang it, and say his name or their name at the same time.
It remains.
Do the same with the other one.
You pick up Zelf and Xenia,
Yep.
and it hangs.
Alrighty. Go grab Liam, say his name, hang him on the alive. See if that works.
You hang it. And this is a young picture of Liam.
Does it stay?
It stays.
Liam, you are one of the goofiest looking kids I've ever seen in my life. Go over to the next painting. Let's see. Where did we hang? Sorry, Xenia and Ignatius were dead, correct?
Correct?
I'm gonna take Van, Ian, and Zell, and hang them in the alive and say their names.
Van,
Start with Zell.
Ian, and Zell. You're hanging them in the alive side?
Yeah.
Zell stays. The others fall.
Take them to the other side and hang them.
You take Ian and Van to the other side. As you're walking across, you see the last one on the ground. It says Lori, and you realize these 3 canvases are of 3 boys, all of very similar looks, almost like triplets, all the same age, different color vests, slightly different looks. You hang Ian, you hang Van, you say each of their names respectively on the dead side, and they stick.
Do the same with Lori then.
Lori sticks.
That's all the paintings?
That's all the paintings.
I thought I heard
Ezra
back or
and Fac.
Ezra's
Oh, I'm
name.
sorry. I thought you already did those. I apologize.
Oh, let's just say I do. Where did they go? Either one or the other.
Ezra, you notice, is an old man. It's a painting of an old man. Hand kind of held up. A couple of leaves just swirling above his hand.
Let's go alive to start. Basically, I'll do both Fac and Ezra and just start with the alive and then move to dead if they don't.
How hopeful of you.
Fac sticks. You take Ezra to the dead, and it sticks. The paintings rattle. And then nothing. Everything
Well,
turns
I
to
was
darkness
excited.
for you.
Just for my own awareness, does Liam know which side Nathan was putting them on, or is that just something Nathan only knows?
I would have said the names because I have to say them, but I wouldn't say where.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Nathan, the room goes black around you.
Mainly because how you reacted, he wouldn't say where. So it's black. Curiosity for my own sake. Is there anything around me within 10 feet?
You feel nothing anymore. And the rest of you no longer hear Nathan's voice.
Char's gonna pause, filling these things, and just say, so Nathan's room was similar to Liam, or had something to do with Liam. Liam, have you told us what's in here yet?
Can you repeat that? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Have you told us what's in your room yet?
I'll explain that I see a giant sculpture of a dwarf, or not a dwarf, an old man, fiery hair, hands up. There are 5 open slots in front of me. There's nothing else in the room. The hair of the old man is like on fire. Beard is like water.
There's so many thoughts.
Wait. Hair, hair of fire, beard of water?
Yeah, is this your god?
No.
Okay.
Is it
It's
like
not your
feet of earth?
Well, I can't tell. He's kneeling. He's not giving me the foot picks for free. Why? Does this sound familiar to you?
Not familiar, just like, you know, elements and slots. Can you put elements in the slot?
Interesting. DM, around the room with me, are there... I see torches. Is there any water in the room?
You don't see any.
Okay. Let's fifth element this then. I'm going to, I guess, take one of my Valleyvo's goods flyers and light it on fire.
Okay.
And drop it into one of the slats.
It drops against the slat. And it burns up and curls, turning to ash and then dust as it just slides to the ground, fizzling out.
Anything happen?
That's all that happened.
Damn, okay. Goodness, what do I have? Don't have much.
But I know I love you.
How close is how far has Chara gotten with her pourings?
You've noticed as you've continued, its dissonance is probably about an inch from the black, ominous sphere at the top. I would ask
Okay,
at this point, which ones do you want to pour?
I mean,
Thus far, you have kept it entirely even. And as you continue to keep it even, it seems to go up, but as you pour the other side, it comes back down.
do I know which is bringing it down?
Whichever side you even it out with.
And what do I have? Like one jar? Do I have jars of each left still?
Oh, many jars.
Okay. Okay. um. What would happen? Just hypothetically speaking. No, I'm thinking this is chaos that I got yelled at for not doing earlier, so I'll pay for it. What happens if I remove some of it?
How do you remove it?
Well, I feel like you said there were empty bowls in the room. So, like, it scooped out some doom, per se.
I mean, the scales are like 2 bowls.
Oh, the scales are 2 bowls.
Yeah,
Got it.
those are 2 bowls.
What if I just drink a little of it?
Which one are you drinking?
What if I drink a little bit of the doom so that the mercy is the one that goes up?
Okay. You take a little bit of the doom. You drink it. Tastes a little bit like grenadine.
I was literally gonna say it tastes like strawberries. I don't know why.
Dissonance drops half an inch.
Okay, then I'll pour mercy on the other side.
It drops another half an inch.
Okay, so I'll put doom in, put mercy in until it's back up to an inch.
You kind of keep pouring till it goes back up, nearly touching the black sphere.
I'm gonna try to pour mercy again.
Pour mercy.
Yeah.
You pour mercy. It doesn't move.
I would pour doom.
You pour doom. The scales even out. And it stays where it's at.
And then pour mercy again. Does it go up this time?
It drops half an inch.
Now you hear her cursing again. And she would like under her breath, I'm sorry, and then finish filling it with doom, like it's trying to get a doom.
You pour doom in. It raises up again. Both bowls are even. You pour doom in, tipping the balance of the scales. You watch as dissonance, the tip of the blade, pierces into the black sphere, and it splits. The two halves pulling apart, and as it does, you hear this clanging sound around the room. Ding, 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 ding. And you see almost like burning across the air in front of the now sundered black sphere. Victory. And then everything goes dark and you feel nothing. Rowan and Liam.
Guess I will walk into the center where that dagger is and go ahead and pick it up. And I will walk over to one of the statues and I'm actually gonna start like chiseling away at whatever's like bound them to it in a way.
You
I'm not cutting.
try and cut at the stone ropes around their hands, and you're able to kind of gouge into the stone, and you get close enough to the skin. It does gouge an area, but the ropes don't fall away. And you nick a portion of the stone skin, and you see a small drip of blood. Just a little bead. And your gaze drops to the face before you of this elvish woman, now frozen in stone.
Was it a face of pain, fear, relief?
It's weird. When you look at it, anytime you move or shift, the expression seems to change from one of terrified, accepting, sad, betrayed.
Yes, I will first attempt. I will clean the dagger.
Clean it off on your pants.
I will walk over to the flames and clean the dagger.
You hold it into the flames. You hear a sizzle, but as you pull the blade back, there's no burn marks. The blood is gone.
I will walk up to, I guess, a bowl, and I will just like prick my thumb and press it just like a drop falls in.
A drop of your blood drips into the bowl. And you see a small bit of light travel across to the middle, down the line.
And I'll go to the next. I'll do it to all 4 bowls where I just do.
You go to do the next bowl. Nothing happens. You do it to the next one. Same thing, prick it, press it in. Nothing. Last one, nothing.
Go back to the first. Let another drop fall.
What did you do? I'm sorry.
Went back to the first one that actually worked.
Okay.
And then had another drop fall.
You're dropping before it?
I'm putting another droplet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. You put another drop of blood in there. Again, it mixes with the other, and a small beam of light heads towards the middle. And this time it pulses out just ever so slightly.
I will go back to the statue that I was able to see the blood from. And like gently grab the hand and basically say like I'm sorry for the pain, and we'll take the droplet with the knife and carry it over to the other bowl, and drop it in.
So you're actually
I will, yeah, I
cutting.
will. But as I'm doing it, I'm apologizing for having.
You drag the blade down the stone. You have to kind of dig a bit. The blood starts to well. And you hear the soft voice. The mouth doesn't move, but you hear it as if speaking out from the statue of the elvish woman. I trusted him. I thought he loved me. I was betrayed. Don't let him get away with it. And you take the cup back, set it down. The light forms towards the middle, and a section of this planar map comes alive and slightly lights up.
I'll go to the next statue and start doing the same thing where I cut the rope free.
Cut it free. Hands remain.
Apologize as I try to take some blood from it.
You take some blood, catch it in the cup. This human woman. Same. He was the same. He loved all of us. He deceived us. Don't let him deceive you. And you set the cup. It lights up another section of the map. Liam.
Yes.
Pass.
No, I said yes.
Oh. What are you doing?
Well, guess I'll try what Rowan tried. Take Talon and I'll try cutting the statue's hand.
You take Callan and go to slice at the hand. The hand suddenly moves and bats Talon away. It is batted out of your hand, clatters off the wall, and falls to the ground.
Okay.
The hand reforms back to normal.
You know what? Let me try just putting my hands in its hands. I haven't tried that.
You go just like flat hands.
Yeah.
You go to place your hands in there. It bats away both hands.
Interesting. Okay, it doesn't want to be touched. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast it.
Go ahead, make an attack roll.
That's not good. That's a 12.
The Eldritch Blast, the hand moves and it deflects right off of it, crashes against the wall, making a dark smear against it.
Okay, so these hands keep moving.
The rest of him is completely still.
It's moving, it's blocking everything. There are 5 slots in front of it. There's nothing else in the room at all. I haven't missed. Can I do a thorough investigation just in case I missed anything?
Sure.
Come on, don't fuck me, don't fuck me, don't fuck me. 18?
You give a thorough scan of the room, a good walk around, and you don't find anything.
Okay, so I gotta be able to solve this puzzle with what I have available. And what do I have available? I've got the talon, I've got my rope, I've got myself. This is a terrible idea. I'm gonna put one of my fingers in one of the slots.
Okay.
Does it go in?
Yeah, just fits right into the little slot.
Is there anything that I can push?
Nothing happens.
Can I walk up to its face?
Yeah?
Do the hands push me away?
How close are you getting?
Close enough that I can touch its beard.
You go to touch its beard. Hand slaps you away.
So it doesn't want to be touched, huh? I'm gonna use the rope of climbing to try to, like, tie its hands together.
Yeah.
Or
You go to reach for your rope. Your hands come up empty.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, I've got nothing. Shoot, I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something. The plaque is completely blank except for those 5 slots.
Mm-hmm.
Can I Eldritch Blast the slots?
Go for it.
That's a 14.
14.
Yeah.
The Eldritch Blast is smacked away and deflected against the wall.
I got nothing. Got nothing.
Rowan?
After doing the second statue, before walking over to the other one, I'll walk up to the second and be like, "Who's him?" And see if it responds.
The face still unmoving, but the voice whispering around you. He loved me. The deceiver. He tricked my love. Sent him elsewhere. Killed me.
am I about to set him free?
He is already free. We was sacrificed, you hear one of the others saying.
Should I stop?
There is no forward. For us. And you see the elvish one. The blood trickling down this stone arm. I was avenged. She killed my love. For he killed me. And she came along and avenged me. I am free.
Who's she?
The small one. She was kind to me. Red fur, ears, like a fox. I hope she walks free.
I'm sorry if I caused pain.
We are but the echoes of the sacrifice. The dark magic left behind. For he that walks free. The deceiver.
Do I know who the deceiver is?
You've heard it before. You've heard that term before.
Way back in the beginning, right?
Back when you were in the ruins below. Specifically
That's right.
when you were discussing with the Nothics.
Yeah. I'll go over to the third statue, do the same routine, still cut the rope, apologizing, take the blood over.
You set it into the plate. And you see the blood soak in. That line of light move forward. All 4 cups having been filled. The map suddenly comes to life, moving, shifting. Each of the planes shifting slightly, gently swaying. And you get the sense it's ready. You have your choice wherever you wish to go. Choose your destination, Rowan.
I look around at the map, seeing all the different places. Take a breath and look at my hand where the blood was taken before.
Mm-hmm.
And I step into the material plane.
The room goes dark. And then there was one.
I'm clearly a dumb.
You're not.
I'm not envious of your puzzle, Liam, because I don't get it either.
I am going to slap its hands like patty cake.
Roll me an unarmed strike.
That's not great either. Man, this dice is going to be retired, for the night. Bad juju in that dice. That was an 8 plus 2, so a 10.
Okay. It slaps your hand away.
Slaps my hand away. I'll say to it, I mean you no harm. There's no need to surrender. Nothing. Okay, that didn't work. Open sesame.
Wax on.
10, 9, 8. No. Damn it.
There's only so many things you've been able to do thus far that have caused any kind of reaction.
Hacking it. Touching it. Can I reach for one of its fingers?
What are you doing with it?
I'm going to try to pull it down.
Okay. Make an unarmed strike.
14.
It slaps your hand away.
Can I go behind it?
Yeah, go behind it.
Didn't turn or anything, did it?
Nope.
Can I touch its back?
Slaps your hand away.
Oh, it didn't turn!
The arm swings backwards and slaps it away. Almost like abnormally so.
Can I take one of the torches off the wall?
You go to reach for it and you grip it. It doesn't move.
Can't do that either. Talon's not going into it. Nothing corporeal. Can't touch the statue. Can't attack the statue. Well, I can't attack the statue, but it reacts.
Maybe it's a matter of hitting it, though. You haven't gotten a very high...
I'm gonna shoot 2 Eldritch Blasts at it, at both hands.
Okay.
A lot better. One of them is a 19, and the other one is an 8.
The 19, it catches it in its hand and smothers it. The other one, it deflects against the wall.
Try that again. 2 Eldritch Blasts right at its hands. 14 and 24.
The 14, it deflects. 24, it catches in its hand and smothers.
Try that again. See what happens if it smothers both. I hate this so much.
I know, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'm just very dumb. I can't figure
You're
this
not
out.
dumb. You're not dumb.
That's a natural one, so fuck that in first place. Can I shoot an Eldritch Blast at the panel itself, at the plaque?
You've tried that.
Oh, I have?
Mhm.
Did it react at all to that?
Deflected.
Flex everything to shoot at it. Don't have...
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. Perception, you say? That is a 23.
Okay.
Am I getting a hint? Am I getting a hint?
You notice the hands of this statue are curled forward. The palms firmly placed. Every time you have done magic, it has deflected or it's snuffed it out. Every time you've tried to hit, it has smacked you away. Anytime you've tried to touch it, it has smacked you away. You've not yet been able to land a hit on it. You've been in some tough areas before. You've seen underground things, gatherings, people training for underground, non-legal things before. This position is familiar to you. As a trainer.
Okay. Guess. Ugh. Let's throw a punch.
Make an unarmed strike.
I was cocked. I hit it. I was grabbing it. Okay. That's a 5.
Smacks it away. You see it for the first time. The corner of its mouth just lifts a bit and smirks.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, statue. I'm gonna throw another punch.
Okay.
21.
You shake your head. And then you dodge and you swing. and your hand connects with its chin. And you think you're about to break your knuckles on stone, but you hear the slap of flesh. Roll me a D100.
Oh God. Sorry guys, that took way too long. I am not a very smart person.
That's not true, dude. You're very intelligent. You're just put on the spot.
Yeah.
On top of that, you had to
Makes
go
you
through
feel
that without
bad.
help.
I really thought I knew what to do. I did not know what to do. So you're doing great.
47.
Yeah, she wanted to cut your fingers off.
You hear a clatter next to you, and you see a tiny little plate, and written on it, "He who walks the line."
Interesting. Well, that's one plaque. I guess I gotta do this 4 more times. So, let's get punching.
Get
Another final
punchy.
strike. It's a 7.
Smacks it away.
16.
You get it right in the solar plexus. It doesn't react, but you hear the smack. And you hear a clatter next to you. Roll a D100.
If it's all zeros, is that 100?
Yes.
It's 100 then.
You see written on this little placard, "Of men and gods."
God, he walks the line. Unarmed strike. Let's do this. Dirty 20.
Ah! You are able to land another punch right across the face. You hear a clatter. Roll a D100.
96.
You see written on it, "Called lowly the journey."
All lowly the journey, he who walks the line of men and gods. Had enough yet? I say as I throw another arm strike, and that is 19.
You get another hit in. Clatter next to you. Roll a D100.
This dice is doing me well. That is a 62.
Of the forgotten man.
Okay. It's gonna roll my shoulders back, get into a fighting stance. And that is a natural 1.
Slaps your hand away, and you're actually slapped to the ground.
Gonna pick myself up, wipe my lip with any blood off. Head back in stance and throw another punch. And that is a 14.
You go to do an uppercut, and it slides across the face. And you hear a clatter behind you.
Thank God.
You don't have to roll.
Oh, okay.
This one says, "The storm crows of Ysgard." And as you pick it up, the hands go back to their space.
I got 5 slabs, 5 holes. I'm going to put them in.
In what order?
Frick, I'm already blanking out on what some of them are.
I can type them out for you really quick.
You are the best. Our archivist. I'm gonna burn this. I'm gonna burn this.
I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna burn this mirror to the ground.
DM can correct any of those if I spelled them wrong or got
Yeah.
them wrong.
Ysgard is Ysgard.
So, yes. Just watch that change in real time. Is there anything special about the slots?
Not that you've noticed.
Guess we'll just try it anyway. Interesting. I'm going to take one. The He Who Walks the Line.
Okay.
I'm going to say the name Nathan and insert into the first slot.
Nothing happens.
Nothing. Okay. For the next slot, I'll say of Men and Gods, Rowan.
Which slot are you putting it in? The next one?
Yeah, the
Second one? Nothing
Yeah.
happens.
In the third one, I'll say Nina of the Forgotten Man.
Nothing happens.
For the next one, Tara, the Storm Crows of Yeengard.
The room is silent.
For the last one, I'll put Liam, called Lowly the Journey.
All the plaques are placed. And they clatter to the ground.
Okay, that didn't work then. Is there anything else that can give me like an idea?
You get the idea with the way they are lined out. That if you put them in the right order, you'll have a phrase.
Okay, let's try He Who Walks the Line.
As first?
Hold on. Yeah, He Who Walks the Line
Okay.
of Men and Gods, call Lowly the Journey of the Forgotten Man, the Storm Crows of Ysgard.
They all clatter to the ground.
Not it. Okay. I think part of it is He Who Walks the Line of of men and gods. He who walks the line of men and gods, the storm curse of Ysgard, called lowly the journey of the forgotten man.
You set the plaques. The first two fall. The last three shift into place for the first three phrases.
So it's called Storm Curse of Ysgard, called lowly the journey of the forgotten man. And they're in the second half of the slots, in the 3 slots in the back.
The last 2 slots are open.
The last 2.
Mm-hmm.
So in the last I'll put he who walks the line of men and gods.
You slide it into place. And the hands of the statue close. And you are cast in darkness.
When we walk out of here, I'm going to burn this place to the ground. Just a massive Eldritch Blast.
All right. Does everyone want to take a break for a minute?
It's
Or have
probably
you all...
a good idea. My anxiety could use a little walk.
We're going to do a quick 10-minute break. And then we will return. All right.
Glad you guys didn't die.
We don't know what the hell's happened to you.
is it worse? That's much better. I just switched microphones to my built-in microphone because I guess it's the Razer that's the issue, or the external microphone.
Well, we'll take a look at it after.
As long as I'm not echoing in your ears now, because
No,
that would
that's
annoy me.
actually way better. Sorry.
For what?
It went a lot longer than I meant it to.
It'll be fine. I'll just be tired tomorrow. I've accepted that it's going to be a sleepy day. I'm going 3 hours away to Sheep and Wool Festival.
That is
That's
so cool. Do you do felting?
My roommate does. My roommate does like these huge weavings and felts them together. It makes like scarves, and he's made me fabric to sew with before. It's really cool.
I've always wanted to try Nuno felting, and yeah, I know that shit looks so cool.
Big support. Do it. Do it.
I
Yarn crafts.
I like gathered a whole bunch of different types of wool and stuff, and then I don't want to waste it though. I'm so freaked out. I'm gonna over shrink it or overwork it and totally fuck it up because that's what I do with crafts. I try things and it messes up, and then I never want to do it again.
That's me in crocheting. I have tried to I literally was trying to crochet this week. I've tried on and off for years. It's my least favorite craft ever. Like, I fucking hate it. But I try so hard every time.
Yeah, I got I did a cross stitch that I was really fucking excited about. Hold on. And it's supposed to be like it's basically, it's supposed to be a giant, like it has like this old house, it's supposed to be this creepy ass like ant tree thing from like Baba Yaga and everything, and I love it. But that's as far as I've gotten, and it's been probably about a year and a half.
It looks so good. You need to finish it.
Put these in the wrong ear. There we go. Sorry.
I was just looking around for crafts to show off, and I don't have crafts to show off.
Your hair looks really cool, by the way.
Thank you. I have a lot of main character energy with it, and I love it. I almost didn't do it. Like, on Thursday when I went in, I was like, we should do something basic, like blonde. And she goes, no, we've been planning this for months.
Aww.
Absolutely not. So she knew.
Yeah, I really want to go like really blonde with mine, but then I want to put like pink or green or blue or something, but I want it to be like a silvery kind of
You'll never keep it blonde. If you go full blonde,
I know
you're gonna dye it the crazy colors.
I know, that's kind of the whole point. Because I don't want to look, I don't want to just be a blonde.
If I could, it would just be white, straight white. Bone white is like
oh, that would be, yeah, that would be amazing.
But that's next to impossible. So.
It's not, it's just a lot of upkeep.
And killing my hair.
True. You're muted, Liam.
The second I said it, I was like, I'm muted, aren't I?
Sorry.
A lot of upkeep?
Huh?
What's a lot of upkeep?
White hair.
Dyeing your hair white. Dyeing it red is also terrible. I do not advocate or recommend. I stained my shower and 2 sets of pillowcases and 3 shirts in the last 72 hours. stairs.
I'll be damned.
Like literally, it's like trails of blood. You can just see where I sit because there's just a red spot.
Yeah, your mic is good again.
Yay! Okay. That's fantastic. I won't feel guilty about talking now. Because I was like, oh.
All right. Everyone back?
Indeed.
Great. So, all of you, at the same time, suddenly find yourselves dropping into an open expanse. The ground beneath you, you can feel it. You stomp your foot and tap, and it sounds like there's ground, but it looks like open air beneath you, just expanse of blackness, and there are just motes of tiny little lights floating around you. And across this non-existent existent floor, you see scattered pieces of mirror shards. And in every single shard, you see pictures, frozen visages of Nina at different ages, points of her life. Some of them look familiar to you. Some of them don't. Some of them look very familiar to one of you. Some of them don't. All of them are frozen in place, scattered across the ground.
Are they all uniformly shaped, or are they all different shapes?
They are all different shapes.
Woo, puzzle.
Which one looked a lot like one of us?
To you, they
Yes.
all look like the Nina that you know. Except for maybe a couple, where it still looks like Nina, but you have never seen her in peasant clothes before.
You said one of us recognized it more than the others. Which one of us is reacting that way?
That would be you.
That's what I figured. I've had a suspicion for a while. I'm gonna step
What
up.
do we do? Do any of you know mending or something?
Every single one of these shards, as you look at them, it's your friend looking up and out, and there's a hand extended.
I'm gonna look around for her mirror.
Roll me a perception check.
$18.
Many of these look like her mirror. Shards of Nina reaching out. Some of them look like Nina younger, her hair down. One of them you see her in red and gold garb. All of them hand reaching out. One of them, you see as a young girl, hair braided back along the side, wisps of it. Younger, much younger. Hand extended.
But none of them are like a full-fledged, like the handle and everything of her hand mirror.
None of them look like the mirror that you've seen her carrying.
Liam's gonna go and pick up the pieces of Nina in Smash. Liam's gonna pick up the shards of peasant Nina.
You go to pick up the shard, and as your fingers touch it, your fingers touch a hand. And you feel them brushing yours, gripping tightly. And you see this familiar face. Mid-cry out for you.
I'm gonna clasp on tight and pull.
You pull. As you pull backwards, Nina. Sorry. I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Nina or Liam?
Nina.
Okay. 21.
Okay. And then... where is that? Nina, what happens next is a dizzying series of memories that you feel pulled into, yanked out of, into another and another memory, watching yourself as if in real time, your body, your movement, but helpless to do anything but witness. As searing pain lances through your head, and it flashes. You're standing in a humble kitchen of a thatch house, afternoon light carried along dust streams in the air. Your mother stands there drying her hands with a towel and listening as you frown up at her. Aelia called us halfies. Said you were exiled in shame. Flesh. Burning heat scalding your skin. You look up. An old hand grasps yours tightly. Flesh. Your mother looks down at you with an unapproving twist to her lips. Yeah, well, Aelia Pennerton has a cruel imagination and talks too much. Flesh. Flames crawling up your sleeve. Something bony suddenly wraps around your leg, dragging you backward from beneath rubble. Your hand still extended towards your injured grandfather, who weakly calls your name as you're dragged away. It flashes. Your frown deepens, and you feel anger fill you as you look up at your mother. Why did you turn your back on our people? How could you leave that? How could you want this for us? Another flash, standing before a familiar door in the Harvest Inn. It opens inward, revealing a sleepy, rumpled-looking Corbett looking at you, surprised and confused. You watch your hand push the door further open as you enter, and he backs up cautiously, fear filling his eyes. Another flash. Gravel bites at your chest as you are dragged backwards, your hands scrabbling for purchase, one of your sleeves still wreathed in flame. You grasp at something, and you grip tightly. It's an ankle. The skin is charred and sloughing as you try and grip it, and you look up. Aelia Pennerton, face half-burnt, frozen in terror, impaled on a snapped piece of debris. Another flash. Durgan leans forward, whispering in your ear. I hope you know what you're doing. Another flash. A ghastly face, wreathed in stringy hair, smiles hungrily down at you, the mouth abnormally wide and filled with these needle-sharp teeth. Her long, bony appendage with sharp talons wraps around your head and lifts you towards her. You feel that searing pain in another flash. You gaze up at your mother with an expression of skepticism. Why did you leave a prosperous, a perfect home for this? As you gesture to the simple farmhouse around you. And another flash of pain. You weakly claw your fingers at the fingers over your face. The terrifying creature's bulbous and crooked nose leans forward and sniffs deeply at you. Ah. Her breath is pungent and thick, sticking to your skin. Cynic. A rubbery tongue with pustules slithers out and licks up the side of your face. The repulsive smile grows. Empiricist. My favorite. Another flash. Xenia, your mother, is quiet for a long moment. And she reaches forward. Her fingers just thread through a lock of your hair along your face. And the smile, soft, crossing her thoughtful expression. Some things are more important than wealth and power, Zelfinia. And I pray one day you'll find truth in this. Another flash. Flames loudly consume the village you once called home. A boy screams your name, and the hag cackles and easily swaps your brother to the ground. Leave her alone, he cries as he picks up a thick splinter of wood and holds it threateningly at the creature. Another flash. You hear a shattering of glass and rush to the kitchen to find your little brother on his knees, grasping a cut along his hand and arm that is bleeding and dripping to the floor, and you quickly grab a towel. You kneel down before him, hearing the crunch of broken ceramic beneath you, and you grasp his arm, and you gently dab at the cuts as welled tears start to make their way down his cheeks. And you reach forward and you wipe one of them away. It's okay, Liam. Dad doesn't have to know. I'll tell him I did it. It was my fault. More tears leak from his eyes as his gaze drops to the ground. And you reach forward and you lift his chin to look at you. Hey. It's not your fault. Van isn't your fault. It's mine. I should have been there. Another flash. And the hag swats the paltry weapon away and with swift movements grasps your brother around the neck and pulls him close, her other hand still on your face, sniffing him. Her beady black eyes look between you and your brother. One that must see to believe as she looks at you. And one that believes with reckless passion as she looks at your brother. And she smirks and tosses his form aside, crashing limply through the rubble that was once your home. And she pulls you close once more. I choose the faithless one. Another flash. Fear. Overwhelming fear as you watch this field before you, burning, the grain curling into ash as the flames continue to spread slowly across them. Your father rushes past you, tearing his shirt off and beating the flames, and you're yanked back suddenly, and you see the concerned mother looking down at you, hands at your hands, which you bring up. They are alight with flames. And your mother's eyes widen. She turns and looks back. Ignatius! She calls behind her. And a moment later, your father is there, his face soot-covered, and he too looks down at your hands. Searing pain in the back of your head as it flashes. Groat! A deep voice thunders across the destroyed village. And you see behind this hag a huge, hulking figure loom up behind. The hag grits her teeth angrily, but turns and looks at what you see as a large demon, like that of a great gargoyle, some 12 feet tall with an extended muscular neck and a smiling face framed by long pointed ears and lank dark hair. Bat-like wings are furled against his powerful beefy shoulders. Not now, phrase. I'm playing. You're wasting time. And her eyes narrow as she turns fully towards him. Nina, your vision is now from below as you look up through the long bony fingers still wrapped around your face at the two monsters. The deal is satisfied. I did my part, deceiver. The deal has just begun, widow. And you watch this large demon lean in next to the hag's ear and whisper something. You see the hag's eyes widen and her expression turn furious as she drops you. And Nina, your vision jars a moment before you see her reach toward Fraz, who is holding a small mirror in his large clawed hand. And mid-scream, you see the hag's form sucked into the mirror. And your vision goes blurry for a moment as this hulking figure still standing above you. You see its vague form lean down towards you, and then the cool touch of metal against your palm. And your fingers wrap around the mirror. His form hovers for a moment. Above you, his breath like brimstone and honey. I can't have you gloating of our plans to your sisters. Secrecy is vital if this is to play out how it must. When the time is right, Widow Groat, I will release you from this prison. And then will you satisfy our deal? He stands. Another flash. Your father drops to his knees and grasping your shoulders as terror grips you further as the flames spread up your arms and you scream and try to shake the flames away. Zelfina, your father snaps, and you freeze, looking up at him. His expression softens, and he rests a hand against your wet cheek. It's all right, sweetie. Look at me. Breathe. You can control it. And you focus on your father's face as you watch gold veins start to spread out from his hairline into his eyes that turn golden and just softly glow. Feel it inside you. The fire pumping through your veins. It's yours to control. Yours to bend to your will. And you watch him gently grip both of your wrists that are wreathed in flame, and he turns them upward. He places his fingers against each wrist where you can now see golden veins along your inner arms, and he runs his fingers slowly down, the flames being pulled by your father, until the flames rest only in the palms of your hands, small and flickering. And he closes your fingers over them, snuffing them out. And your gaze lifts to your father's golden eyes that fade back to their normal brown. And he rests a hand against your cheek once more, chuckle escaping him. I guess you inherited more of my side than I thought. Another flash. The rest of you watch as Nina sits up suddenly before you. All the pieces of the mirror, vibrating, suddenly clatter together, forming your friend, who sits up, gasping and shaking, crying out at the sharp pain lancing through your head. Nina, as you suffer 3d10 psychic damage.
A lot.
Which is... Fuck, I can't add. 19, but halved because you saved your Constitution check earlier.
So rounded
Down.
down to...
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, nice.
I'm gonna immediately run over and like just get to my knees and grasp her in a hug and just, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I think she's just trembling and sobbing.
And if you don't fight it, I'll just keep holding you.
I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know. And she just keeps saying that over and over and over again. Sobbing into your shoulder. I don't know.
Nina, for the first time, you feel a release. A release of something you didn't even realize you were attached to. This dome of darkness, of shadow that seemed to keep something separate from you. And it's gone. All these memories. You don't know. 2 lives. Are they both yours? One thing you're certain. You have a choice. As you look down at the ground, you see the mirror. And it's open. And you don't see the monster. But you see the woman. And she just smiles at you. I'm going to give you the option to redact your warlock level and take sorcerer if you wish.
Okay, so just to be clear, going fully sorcerer again.
Yes.
Okay.
Before you can make that choice, all of you sense a presence looming in the room. The cloaked figure that led you here. Stands at the north end. A long arm with clawed metallic fingers. And you now see the arm also looks metallic. Reaches up, the fingers grasping into the cloak, and pulls it down and off. And you see a large construct standing before you, draped in golden armor and long green cloth that trails behind it, and 2 sets of large black wings unfurl from behind it as it holds a long weapon before it, the entire blade going towards the ground.
Smash. Just kidding.
Swings it around and it holds it up. And it's gonna come at you.
Ethan is checking for revolvers immediately.
They are absolutely in your pack, in your things.
Liam's jumping in the way. Talon drawn, already getting like an Eldritch Blast ready in his hand.
All right. Let's go ahead and have everyone roll initiative.
I'll take that.
My sister!
Oh, I guess I should bring up the initiative tracker. That would be a good idea. Sorry.
That was so good, by the way.
I don't want to do my backstory. Just hit me next. I don't want to go next.
I need more wine. More wine.
Cheers to
Cheers
that.
to that.
Is there
Is there a token for the
construct
construct on the map already?
Yeah, if you scroll up, I think it's above
Yeah.
you.
Oh, I can't see it. It's black. Probably because I have
vision.
terrible dark vision.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, what can you see? Oh,
Can you add us to the tracker too, by the way?
oh, yes. I am so sorry.
That's okay. I gotta go get my LaCroix. I left it somewhere.
There you go.
I'm looking right now that Nina and Liam are linked this way. I've suspected it, but damn it. Damn it, DM.
You want us to change our initiative ourselves?
Mhm.
This is the first time. Okay. You guys are.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we haven't had combat in a long ass time.
You're welcome. Really. For just for having us avoid combat anytime.
Best part is that's my initiative, and that's not even a nat 20.
That initiative is fucking ridiculous.
That's
Wow!
that's
Your
insane.
dex is just off the charts.
My class gives me an ability at level 7 that I get to add my proficiency bonus to my initiative.
Nice. Yeah.
It's a subclass feature, so you said?
It's just one of my class features. Yeah. First subclass. Yeah.
I wonder if it will let me do this, because I don't know if you can see this very well. Yep. Okay. Maybe. Yeah. That is what you see before you.
Hot.
Okay.
Tentacle daddy.
So, that will bring us... Oh, helps if I do this. There we go. Nathan,
And unmute, but smash.
you are up first, sir. You sense there's been a change in your party's visage, but you don't see anything.
Hmm. So I'm unaware there's a danger around, essentially.
Yeah, because you don't have any dark vision, correct?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Literally just outside the range.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll basically just hold my turn.
Okay.
And react as. Actually, I'm just gonna save my action as essentially if danger comes into vision, I'm moving in front.
Got it. You got it. Rowan. You absolutely see this figure. Long weapon up and preparing to run in.
So I was actually embracing Nina.
Yep.
So you mind if I put my character
Yeah.
next to that? Or-
Yeah. Go for it.
Basically I'll look up and see the construct, and I will grab Nina and attempt to pull her away from it towards the opposite side of the room. And do you want me to do any check? Like, are you
Yeah,
gonna
make a
fight me?
strength check or athletics. Or, yeah, athletics.
19.
Okay. I'll say you're able to use half your movement to drag her with you.
Is there actually squares on this? Or however you want to do it? Or wherever you think I would get
Oh.
to.
Yeah, I forgot I needed to turn the grid back on. There we go.
Let's see.
So, let's say she was here, so 5, 10, 15.
Alright. And get us back to here then.
Okay.
And basically, I will look at her, and you will see tears streaming down Rowan's face. Say, I'm so sorry for causing you pain, because in her mind, you shattering into pieces is her fault in that other room, because she told you to use the mirror. And I will cast Shield of Faith on Nina, which gives you +2 bonus AC. And then kind of like, while basically holding the shield in you, I'll look over at the construct, which is now... Hey, he's still in range. I will cast a Sacred Flame at him. So it's target must succeed on a Dex saving throw.
That is a 10. Fail.
Does not save, okay. Oh, come on. 9 total, radiant damage.
I don't mean to interject, but does that cast a really bright light in that direction?
Yes, it would.
That's another reason why I used it. Would shine some light on the situation. And that's my turn.
Okay. That will bring us to Nina.
If that was enough of a light for me to see it.
You want to use your reaction?
Oh, yeah.
Go for it.
I'll just kind of move up there till I can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, where is it? Okay. Done.
All right. Nina. Norwin has just dragged you backwards. You have just suffered major psychic damage and trauma.
It is now glowing from the face.
You absolutely can see this figure to the north. What are you doing?
So I sense that there is a shift within me. I have a choice to make. Do I get the sense that if I choose to let go of my warlock spells, that growth will be gone for good, or is she going to be trapped? Like, do I have a sense of? Do I still have to?
You have a
deal with her in
sense
some way?
that she seems to be waiting for your decision.
Okay.
You have definitely. Her hold on you is gone.
Okay.
Her fingers are no longer within you. But she's still there. And you can still draw from her.
Okay, so I could use my warlock spells even if I decide, like,
Absolutely.
for this fight, even if I decide to go. Sorcerer.
Absolutely.
Okay. My warlock spells aren't super great at damage dealing. Most of them are buffs right now anyway, so it's cool. But I think she's just gonna be. Do I see my hand mirror anywhere?
It was right next to your hand. As Rowan started to drag you backwards, you grasped at it.
Okay. She looks down at it, like tears streaming down her face, and she goes, "My turn, bitch." And she tucks it away. She kind of just throws it onto the ground, stands up, and I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray at the 3rd level, which gives me 4 rays.
Yeah.
At this dude. So let's see, I've got 4 d20s here. The lowest one is going to be a 14 to hit.
That does not hit.
Okay, 17.
Does not hit.
All right, then we got... Sorry, hold on. 23 on 2. I rolled 2 6.
That definitely hits.
Okay, so I rolled damage for 2 of them. So that's 4d6. 15 fire damage. Let me make sure I don't have anything else. I'll do my elemental affinity, so I'll add another 4 to that. So that'll be 19 total. 19 fire damage to this dude.
Great. The fire slams into him, and you see it scar across his armor as he just pulls his shoulder back and realigns. Anything else?
I believe that's it. Yeah, I'm good for now.
All right. It is going. It's going to use its full movement to come straight for you. Nathan and Chara, actually. You would both get opportunity attacks if you would like to take them.
Of course. Yeah. Can I cast a spell as an opportunity attack?
Is
Or
it
no,
an
it
attack
has to be an
spell?
Attack spell?
Yes.
Is it a reaction spell?
Yeah, I think you'd have to have Warcaster to do
Yeah.
a spell as an opportunity attack. Which is a great feat. BT dubs.
Would I be able to specify an attack to a lower limb to stop him from moving?
I kid you not, I was gonna ask if I could trip him. Like, actually, not even joking. I was like, I can't really do an unarmed attack. I'm not holding a weapon. I would stick my foot out and trip him.
I would say on a reaction, no. On an action, if you would like to do that, absolutely. But with the quickness of what a reaction is, I would say probably not.
All right. I will just do a regular shot then. So yeah, as soon as he moves, just draw. 19 plus 8, no, 27 to hit.
That hits. Holy
That's a
shit.
casual 27.
27.
To hit. No big deal.
Not a big
12 damage on that one.
What was it?
12 damage.
Okay.
Blood, or bludgeoning.
Bludgeoning?
12 bludgeoning, specifically.
Okay, so that'll be halved. All right, Chara.
So I don't really have anything. So my question is, can I use? And it has to be a reaction. It can't be. If I want to do something that's not a spell, it can't be like a bonus action.
No, it's got to be a reaction. Because this creature is moving quickly past you.
I do nothing.
All right. You watch as this large, hulking thing just flies past you. It is going to make 2 swings, 2 attacks at you, Nina. That is a 23 on the first one.
That absolutely hits.
And a 10 on the second.
That misses.
My +2 AC doesn't get you to 23 or 24.
It gets me to 17. Oh no, even if I throw up shield, it's 1 too shy. That silvery barbs it, but I kind of want to know how much damage he's going to deal.
That is 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Good, okay.
Plus 12 points of psychic damage as this long blade, he just swings it upwards gracefully, and you feel it catch your chin. And as it catches your chin and your head is thrust backwards, the slice of it, the blood splattering, your eyes flash, and you feel these memories, all of them trying to grasp at your head, and you feel this extreme pain in your head. That is its first turn. Nina, I need you to make a charisma saving throw for me.
Oh, 11.
You are unable to use any of your warlock spells. As this creature, you see after it brings its weapon up, it brings its other hand forward, and you hear it, Ergonia Kiaster, and you feel the connection to your patron suddenly cut off.
Okay.
Liam, you are up. You are muted, by the way.
Okay. Give me a second to check something real quick. Okay. I'm feeling super defensive now. So, I am going to charge at it, leap, and stab into it with talent.
Go for it.
It's gonna hit. That is a 23 to hit.
23 hits, sir.
Fantastic. And that gets sneak attack. Plus, it's the fun part. Plus, lightning strike, so 3 extra damage. So, okay, hold on. Four, 8, 12, 18, 20, plus 4, that's 24, plus 3, 27 points of damage.
Okay. Anything else?
Nice.
Gonna scream, get your hands off my sister. I can't use cantrips as like a second attack, right? That's only a first attack?
I'm sorry, ask that again?
Like for my bonus action, I can't use a cantrip, right?
Are you talking
think
about like
you
your two
can.
weapons fighting?
For like a bonus action?
Like if
I
I
think-
attack my dagger first, I can't use my second attack to be a cantrip, right?
No,
No.
it's got to be your weapon.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's been a while since I've had to use any sort of like warlock things.
Okay.
Okay, so then while I'm still up there, I'm gonna use my offhand dagger. And that is going to be 17 to hit.
That does not hit.
Ooh,
You
okay.
go to swipe at it and you hear a clang as it's not even looking at you and it just moves its weapon to the side, deflecting your swipe.
That's all I got.
All right. Chara.
I've been ready this whole time.
What you got?
Okay, so this thing is wearing armor, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Beautiful. I'm going to do two things. The first thing I'm going to do is use my bonus action to roll on my table. So that is a D8. I'm just going to roll it in the chat. It always does me dirty in there. That's a 2. To make a melee. Oh, that's not bad. Ooh. A 8. I'm gonna save that. That's a good one. Okay. So then I'm gonna cast for my main action, heat metal. I'm gonna cast heat metal at the 3rd level
Okay.
against it. Oh, whoops! I didn't need to roll. Damn it. So that means that I need. Whoops! Not the 4th. It's any creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage. For 3rd level? Thought it was more than that. It's 3d8. 3d8 fire damage. I can use my bonus action on any subsequent turns to cause the damage again. I need a Constitution saving throw. If it can drop it, but since it's wearing it, yeah, you have to succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the object if you can. If you can't or don't drop the object, disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of the next turn.
Okay.
Too much, too little. What do you
No.
want me to do?
No.
So
So,
you heat the metal and you set a Constitution savings. What am I doing?
Yes.
Constitution. Ooh, yeah, no, that's a 21.
I don't know what the save is.
Does it
Succeed
say
on a saving throw?
damage with a saving throw?
saving throw?
No, nothing on damage. They just have to drop whatever metal it is, but I did aim at their armor that they're wearing.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So
unless he can take it off, he's gonna take the damage.
he cannot.
He cannot.
This is
This is
natural,
natural armor.
as this is a
As this is a
construct.
construct.
So he just takes the damage, not
just-
that he's a construct, so he doesn't take the damage.
You got
just
it.
making
You
sure.
got it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that'll be 17 points of damage. That is fire damage.
Fire damage?
Fire
Okay.
damage? Okay.
And it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'm going to back up. I'm gonna move like 15 feet. I don't know. I just watched him run from this direction, so I'm actually gonna go all the way over here.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
go for it.
30
Go
feet
for it.
this direction.
You go
You go
heading towards what
towards
looks like
what
this
looks like
wall
this
of
wall
light.
of light.
Yeah. I don't I don't know if that's gonna protect me, but he's gotta move through 2 of my companions to get to me now. So
Nathan.
that is my turn.
Nathan.
So after it rips by me and ignores me entirely, I literally turn around and then just like look and no, and just walk across the entirety of this to about here, give or take. Do I still have flanking if I'm kind of off to the side but not quite behind it for advantage on attacks?
Sure.
Okay. And then I'm going to use one of my grip points to use Forceful Shot for one of my attacks out of the 2.
Okay.
So the first one is a 27. And then the second one
That hits.
is for a 22.
That hits. Both hit.
All right, so the first shot is 14 plus. What are you? 19 damage or bludgeoning.
Okay.
So basically, it's the first shot hits, and then he does basically a spin with his revolver and throws it outwards and hits. He needs to make a strength saving throw, which is now at disadvantage, or else he's pushed back 15 feet from where I'm standing. Oh, and the damage on that shot is 20.
Oh. That is a 24 saving throw.
At disadvantage? Damn.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, then just the
He has advantage on saving throws, so it was a straight roll.
Gotcha. So just the 49 damage then. That was bludgeoning. which I think is half for him.
Halved. Yes.
Yeah.
You said 49. So the first was 18.
Second one
19.
was a straight 20.
Straight 20. Okay.
39, sorry.
Great.
And then if he doesn't move, I'm just gonna action surge and do it all over again.
Do it.
You're allowed to shoot that close?
Yep, I have the feet gunner, which means I don't have any disadvantage to being 5 feet away.
Yeah, the rest of you hear these shots going off, and it is those of you right next to him, especially Liam and Nina, it is loud.
Both 24s.
Absolutely.
Thank God for advantage. Sorry, 5, 9, 17, 27 altogether. That was a bad damage roll.
All right.
And I got one shot left. Need to reload. And that's my turn.
All right. Rowan.
So I'm gonna let go of Nina and turn, and I'm going to with my bonus action, attempt to shove the creature 5 feet away with my shield master. So
Okay.
that's a contested strength check.
Okay.
You get to do either athletics or acrobatics, whichever you want. And then
Alright.
I can do athletics.
They got
God damn it.
19. No,
I got a natural-
18. I'm sorry, 18.
I got a natural 1.
Okay. You go to shove, and it's this weird moment of you push against it, and it absolutely does not move. In fact, it leans into it, and you fall to the ground prone.
And with it being kind of shoved down in the anger, I'm gonna reach out and grab at its calf, basically, and I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds at 4th level.
As action?
Yeah.
Is the shove a bonus action for you?
Bonus action with Shield Master.
Ah, nice. Yeah, do it.
Let's see. I rolled another natural 1.
Oh no.
But I'm gonna add. Not that it's gonna help, but I'll add my channel divinity that adds +10 to the roll. +6, so 17. I think that hits.
That does not hit.
I think you still have inspiration from last session.
It doesn't say I do. So now I felt so good about that. I've been rolling.
You reach forward, and the anger within you, you unleash it, and it starts to crawl up over around its leg, and it looks down at you. You're better. And it slams the butt of its weapon down onto your wrist, and you pull it away and feel the pain. You don't take any damage, though. Nina.
Cool. Nina is going to cast Burning Hands at 3rd level as well, but I will use a sorcery point to make this a careful spell, which allows me to automatically save 4 creatures. So I'm going to save Rowan, Liam, and Nathan from actually having to make the save, which means the construct has to make a Dex 15.
All right.
Or take 5d6.
No, it absolutely failed.
That's a pretty decent roll. 20 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And let me see if there's anything else. I can add 4 more to that with my elemental affinity, so that'll be 24 fire damage total.
All right. By the way, Rowan,
Yeah.
what he said to you was in Celestial. Nina,
Yeah.
you've just... The rest of you feel these flames suddenly erupt from Nina. The heat of it doesn't burn you, but you feel the flames and the heat, the smoke surrounding you as it billows backwards, and you see Nina throw her hands forward. All of it is thrust into this creature. Anything else, Nina?
I think she just says, You can have her. I don't want her anymore. And that'll be it.
The construct. This large creature looks down at you, Nina. And you hear in both weirdly, almost as if two of the same voice were speaking out of the same mouth, in celestial and infernal. I will have her. Either way. And he's gonna make 2 attacks at you. The first one is a 16.
Misses?
Second one is a dirty 20.
I am going to use Silvery Barbs to make him re-roll it.
Okay. Ah, that is a 13.
That misses.
All right.
Don't you give advantage to someone else?
Yeah, I will give advantage to Liam. Unless, wait, he already has it because of... I'll give it to Rowan. Rowan can have advantage on her next go around, just based on Kara's rolls.
Nina,
Yeah.
as this creature goes to swing at you, you duck to the side, and then you duck to the other. The second swing should have hit you, but you see this almost golden dragon form sweep out, and it slashes along it.
Sick.
You now have access to your warlock spells once again. Liam.
Nina, your spells, what sort of saves do you need to, does it need to do the most?
Mostly it's Dex.
Hex? Okay. I'm gonna cast Hex on the thing. On the enemy. So I'm also gonna name Dex, so it has disadvantage on ability checks with Dex. Just realized it's not saving throws, but still Dex. That I'm going to use my bonus action to attack with Talon.
Help me out here. Is Hex like... What type of spell is that? Is that like a charm?
It's an enchantment.
An enchantment?
The damage it does is necrotic.
And it's every time I hit it with an attack. So whenever I hit it, it's a bonus, like, d6.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
$24.
Yes, that hits.
Yeah. Sneak attack. Along with an extra d6 necrotic. Let's go. Big damage rolls. Okay. New good thing. Okay, so that is 2, 4, 10, 15, 16, 18. Oh, that's damage. So 25.
Which weapon are you using?
Talon.
Wonderful. 25 points of slashing.
Is it slashing? No, piercing.
Piercing. All right. Yeah. Okay. Anything else, sir?
That's it. That's all I got.
Chara.
Okay, so for this turn, I'm gonna do something different. Just for funsies, I'm going to start running and run to about. This makes me nervous, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna run to about here, which is my full span of movement. So, yeah. And then I'm going to actually throw a dagger and a dart at the. I'm sorry, not a dagger and a dart. I'm gonna throw a dagger at this guy. For funsies. For my main action.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's a 7.
Okay. That misses.
That misses.
Oh, darn. Darn, can't believe it. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to reactivate the heat metal. Since I did not lose concentration because I threw a dagger at it. So it will take 3d8 fire damage again for a total of 11.
All right.
All right.
And that's my turn.
Nathan. You're muted.
Okay, so I'll do one more shot before I need to reload, which is only a 15, so that doesn't hit, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you literally see Nathan for the first time, like, again, kind of just like pull his pistol, aim in, pulls back the hammer, pulls the trigger, and it just, and nothing happens. And you just see him, shit, and he just quickly holsters it, pulls a dagger, and slams it into the softest spot he can see. Which is also a miss. That one, as a total, would be 9.
Yes. The weapon it's holding, its arm shifts to the side, and you hear the clang as the knife bounces off of it. And its head turns and looks towards you, Nathan. You are not my foe. Anything else?
In combat?
Yes.
Oh, God. Yeah, in Celestial, I literally look him in the eyes and go, yes, I am. And that'll end my turn.
Rowan.
Secrets.
I am going to pull out dissonance if it's there.
It is.
I will look down at it for a sec and think about the words that Durgan said. And attempt to hit him. Can I have an advantage for this roll?
Correct.
Natural 20.
Hell yeah.
Keep in mind, real quick, You... Meh, don't worry about it. Natural 20. Go for
I mean,
it.
if it stops it, it stops it.
No. You were... Do it. I love it.
Okay, so we are doing it where it's just max damage?
Yep.
So here's the thing. For the first hit, I also add on an additional 1d8 damage as a divine strike. Does that double as well? Or because that's extra, that's separate?
I would say let's, for the flavor of what is happening, let's do it.
Okay, so that would be 8, 16... 24, 25, 26, 27.
I will let you double it if you say something badass while you do it.
Paint us a word picture, Rowan.
Oh,
You
yeah,
smashed the
why
shit
am I
out
on
of
this
this.
box? So I'm kind of, for flavor, I'm assuming I'm kind of still prone-ish from him swapping at me and saying, you can do better. In that moment, okay, if I'm going to add flavor, in that moment, I'm actually going to throw down the shield, pull out dissonance so that it's two-handed, and say, you're right. To protect those I care about, I can do better. I will. And aim straight down towards, like, the knees to bring him down to my level.
Yes.
And with my second attack, I would then drive it into the head.
Do it. Oh, what was the damage? Sorry.
So it is 27 total for the first hit.
How do you want to do this?
So, yeah, I'll just go ahead and use it.
Yeah.
I will not know that he's dead or whatever. I'll use my bonus action, War Priest, to then take another swipe to basically drive it into, like, right below the head and the neck.
Yeah. You say this and you shove it into the small, one of the small eye plates, and you hear it schluck in, scraping against the metal with no skin or body or goop inside, just metal. And you see this burst of light coming from within the slots, and you drag your weapon out. As you pull dissonance out, you watch the long weapon sword in its hand. The fingers loosen, and it clatters to the ground as you swing dissonance around. And without even looking, you turn and you drive it right into its neck. And you throw your shoulder into it, lifting up. And you see sparks as the head lifts and disconnects, and you push forward, the wires disconnecting as the head clatters to the ground. The headless construct now on its knees falls backwards and sits.
I reach down and pick up the shield, and I shove him over with the shield so he falls all the way.
The construct sits there, back on its legs, hands still held up, one hand forward, fingers loosened, headless.
And how the fuck do we get out of here?
As you say this, all of you see light starting to form. All those little bitty lights around you start to swirl and lower around your feet and swirl into this shape. And they shoot out, forming lines that connect and glow brightly. And all of you feel yourselves pulled downward and find yourselves standing outside in the forest where no house stood.
See, I don't know what you were afraid of, Rowan. That wasn't so bad. Nothing. We didn't die. Nothing. And Nina just starts crying.
Ethan like sheaths his dagger and pulls out life and just like clicks it open, is having his own crisis on the side. Like, son of a bitch! I knew I packed one wrong.
Liam's going to go up to Nina, sit beside her, and give her like a side hug.
I think she'd lean into you, like head on your shoulder, processing these new memories that she didn't know she had.
Yeah, it's a bitch, right?
Fucking sucks.
The same thing happened to me.
But I think she's gone. She doesn't have any control over me anymore.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing. She'll look up at each one of you and just kind of like, thanks. By the way, that
Ethan
orb.
hands you the wine bottle back.
Yeah. She takes it and she looks to Shaw. By the way, that orb, that thing that was shit, hold on, how do you say it? Shtothragat. That's Shtothragat. That's what that word means.
Wait, that's what it means or that's what it is? Because I don't know what Shtothragat means.
You've heard this before, though, DM, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, with
Thank
the
you.
Nothics.
When you go to look around at everyone, you'll probably see that Rowan's actually got her back to you and is facing where the house used to be. So.
You see a large tree, dark and looming in the night. What little light from the moon that is able to come through just kind of wreaths around it. And you don't, Chara, you especially, you don't smell evil. You just smell perfection and wildness, completion. This is holy ground.
Is this the grandfather tree that Durgan told us to stay away from?
Roll me a history check.
Nope. Yeah, that's a 9. I'm traumatized. It's fine. Yeah. So I have a lot of shit to unpack, but the Deceiver, giant demon, in league with the Hag. Darkin also flashed in my memories. Trying to piece together that one.
At that, I will turn around and look at you.
He asked me if I knew what I was doing. I don't know what he meant by it.
Just as vague for you as he's been for me, huh?
What a crock of shit.
You missed it, DM. We disbanded the party. It's over.
Fuck
Yeah,
that
just massive
bullshit.
fight. We're done. Nina just suddenly decided to